Prized Possessions, a Karl Alberg Mystery, by L.R. Wright. Published by Doubleday Canada Limited, Toronto. Copyright 1993, by L.R. Wright. 298 pages. Narrated by Corinne Conley. Recorded by volunteers in the studios of the CNIB Library for the Blind, Toronto, exclusively for the use of individuals unable to read print due to a visual or physical handicap. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated. From the book cover. Praise for L.R. Wright, Canada's Queen of Crime Fiction, Chatelaine. Fresh original talent. There should be more writers like her. Ottawa Citizen. L.R. Wright is in a league with P.D. James and the best of Ruth Rendell, the London Free Press. Praise for The Suspect, top-notch, as good as the novels of British writers Ruth Rendell and P.D. James, People magazine. Superb, fresh and memorable, The Globe and Mail. Praise for A Chill Rain in January, a truly splendid book, compassionate, humorous, erotic, and suspenseful. It stayed with me long after I turned the last page. Jonathan Kellerman, author of Devil's Waltz. From the Edgar Award-winning author of The Suspect and A Chill Rain in January comes another spellbinding novel of psychological suspense set on the Sunshine Coast of British Columbia, a superbly crafted story of love, hate, and murder. In the seaside village of Seashelt, Emma O'Bray prepares a dinner to celebrate 6 years of marriage, a union she had polished to gleaming perfection, along with her showcase home. The next morning, her husband leaves for work, never to return. At the same time, in nearby Vancouver, a simple-minded stock boy named Eddie Addison defends his tattered pride against the unwitting slights of a college girl, unleashing his rage in an act that will have far-reaching consequences. RCMP Staff Sergeant Karl Alberg is facing his own losses as he copes with the recent death of his father, his concerns about his elderly mother, and his own inexorable slide into middle age. He must make a decision about where his relationship with Cassandra Mitchell, his lover of 8 years, is headed. Restless and in desperate need of distraction, Alberg uses his bereavement leave to probe the disappearance of Charlie O'Bray. As Alberg deals with Charlie O'Bray's vanishing act, Eddie Addison's very messy life spills over into Seashelt. It is Emma O'Bray who will bring both cases to a chilling conclusion as several lives converge in an explosive climax of shocking, unforgettable violence. With her latest book, L.R. Wright once again demonstrates the impact of evil on ordinary lives. L.R. Wright is the author of 6 previous novels, including the Edgar Award winner for 1986, The Suspect. She lives in British Columbia. Also by L.R. Wright, The Suspect, Sleep While I Sing, Love in the Temperate Zone, A Chill Rain in January, Fall from Grace. This book is for Dorothy Key, my Aunt Queenie. Author's note. There is a Sunshine Coast, and its towns and villages are called by the names used in this book. But all the rest is fiction. The events and the characters are products of the author's imagination, and geographical and other liberties have been taken in the depiction of the town of Seashelt and the city of Vancouver. Chapter 1. She awakened from an uneasy sleep, feeling cool around the shoulders, not cold, but not cozy either. She pulled up the quilt and felt a chill upon the side of her face. She lifted her head from the pillow and saw that the French doors were wide open, and the drapes, too. They were moving slightly, in the breeze that drifted into the bedroom. She looked back over her shoulder. The other side of the king-size bed was empty. This didn't surprise her. He'd be out on the patio, probably smoking a cigarette, and thinking. She turned onto her back, holding the quilt snugly at her throat. The bedroom was filled with moonlight and the scents of cherry blossoms and cedar. She heard the shushing of the nighttime breezes and imagined the muted sound of the sea. She lay drowsy and witless under the quilt, having exhausted, perhaps forever, her ability to make decisions. She heard a scraping sound from the patio. She imagined him getting up from the padded chaise, stubbing out his cigarette in the black plastic ashtray that was kept out there, and now he would appear in the wide-open doorway to the bedroom, slippers on his feet, his robe wrapped around him, ready to talk some more. She watched through slitted eyes, concealing their gleaming. Watched, but he didn't appear. She imagined him at the back fence, leaning his arms upon it and looking unseeingly across the lane and over the park to the houses on Hudson Drive, and behind them the sea, which would be ink-black, moon-splotched, moving, restless, like a great black being. He didn't come, and he didn't come. He's looking up now, she thought, up into the enormous soft hanging branches of the cedar tree that stood in the back corner of the yard, a tree so huge he couldn't stretch his widest embrace around half the circumference of its trunk, a tree whose lowest limbs he could not reach without a ladder. Now he would come back into the house. Now, she thought, regulating her breathing, making it slow and even. But the drapes at either side of the French doors stirred, not at the touch of his hand, but in a current of night air that wafted, curious, toward the bed. She turned on her side, her right hand under the pillow, her left hand clutching the quilt. She wasn't cold, but she didn't like the feeling of the blind breezes fumbling at her face, and she would have liked to close the door. She realized that she had gradually begun to breathe faster and lighter. She was acutely aware of sounds and shadows, warily alert to a myriad of possibilities. She glanced at the clock on her bedside table and wondered how early the sky began to lighten in April, and when the birds awoke. Her eyes were wide in the almost dark of the bedroom. The moon had shifted in the sky and now tossed cedar bough shadows upon the floor, and she wanted that door closed and the drapes pulled firm and fast against the night. Her heart was high in her throat, and she couldn't understand this. She let go of the quilt for an instant, to blot the palm of her hand. It was a very simple life she wished to live, not at all complicated, and utterly straightforward life. He came through the other door. Not the open one she was watching, but the other door, the one from the hallway. She heard the sound of it opening, like an inhalation of breath, and quickly closed her eyes, smoothed the skin of her face from the inside, relaxed the hand that gripped the quilt, and breathed once more like a person asleep. It wasn't unusual to pretend to be asleep. People did it all the time. Everybody did it. There were times when you simply didn't want to talk, and it was more polite to pretend to be asleep than to say to someone, "I'm sorry, but I really do not want to talk to you any more right now." She could hear nothing except the sound of her heart, trapped in the hollow of her throat, trying to find its way back down into her chest. And so she opened her eyes a little bit, because she had to know where he was, and she saw his legs, bare in the moonlight, and watched a restless cedar shadow shudder across them, saw that he was wearing the plaid robe she'd given him, the one that came to his knees, and the plaid slippers that matched. He was making no sound. He was moving slowly toward her, and now he was right beside her, standing no more than 2 feet away from her. For a long time he didn't move. He just stood there. He was close enough for her to smell him. Finally she could stand it no longer, and she stirred, slowly, as if in her sleep, and placed her head sideways upon the pillow, and blinked her eyes, and left them open. She would pretend to be awakening, she thought. He was taut and motionless, his face utterly unreadable. She smelled the cherry blossoms, and from the early morning darkness heard 2 slow, clear notes of bird-song. Her husband lifted his right hand slowly and aimed his revolver at her head. 1 year later. Chapter 2. On the first Monday in April, Eddie Addison mounted the steps of a 3-story house near the corner of 4th Avenue and Alma Street on Vancouver's west side. He was young and bulky, tall with carroty red hair. He crossed the wide porch, knocked on the door, and waited. He cast small, uneasy glances from side to side, not looking for anything in particular, just keeping his eyes open, keeping his smarts at the ready. He heard a muffled cry from inside, and for a second the hairs stood up on the back of his neck. Then the door flew open, and she was standing there smiling at him, small and blonde-haired, wearing a pair of jeans and a T-shirt, with the sleeves ripped out of it. "Here," he said, thrusting the package at her. "Oh, thank you. Come on in," she said, stepping aside. "And wait while I—" She left the door ajar and hurried off down the hall. He went inside reluctantly, warily. God only knew what kind of stuff went on in this house. He didn't want to have anything to do with the place. Eddie knew she was going to get him a tip. Of course she should have had it ready, so as to be able to give it to him gracefully, not saying anything about it, just handing it to him at the same time she took the package. That's how Mrs. Holden on Mackenzie Street did it when he delivered. This girl had no class, he thought disapprovingly, despite the fact she went to the damn university. He stood there feeling more and more awkward, waiting while she hustled off to rustle him up a tip, filling the whole damn hallway up with his body. It wasn't hardly wide enough for a person of a decent size to turn around in. And then they had these bikes in it, too, lined up against the damn wall. 2 of them, one behind the other. To Eddie's right was a door with a glass doorknob and a little window in the top. He peered through it. Well, it was right there, wasn't it? Right in front of his eyes, pretty hard to ignore. And through it he saw a bedroom that was the biggest mess he'd ever seen in his life. He couldn't believe his eyes at first. He thought something must have blown up in there, throwing this person's clothes to kingdom come. The bed, which was not really a bed at all, but only a big mattress with a couple of quilts and a couple of pillows on it, was totally covered in pieces of clothing. And there were stacks of books on the floor, and a dresser with hundreds of bottles and jars sitting on top of a big lace doily thing. Stuff was draped over the mirror, too, necklaces and scarves, and there were photographs shoved in between the mirror and its frame. And more clothes were on the window seat, piles of sweaters, and a couple of purses, and shoes were all over the floor, which was covered by a big rug with Indian stuff woven into it. A huge black raven, stuff like that. "I gotta go," Eddie muttered. He wasn't going to stand here all damn afternoon while she looked for her damn purse or whatever she was doing. "Oh, no, don't go," she called out, and stuck her head into the hallway from a room a little way down, past a big bookshelf thing that was packed with clothes instead of books. She must have seen him looking at it, because she said, like she was apologizing, "That's mine. My room doesn't have a closet." So somebody else lived in the mess across the hall then, Eddie thought. She popped her head back into her room, and he heard her talking to herself, her voice coming out into the hall in little swoops and swirls, like a bird ducking back and forth in the air. He heard little bits of what she was saying. "No, I put it. Think, Melanie." And then a flurry of laughter. "Here it is." Eddie took a step down the hall, and it was because he was so big that it seemed like only one step brought him right to the doorway of her room. It was a very wide doorway. At first he thought maybe it was meant for a wheelchair. This was because of Mr. Bacon, who came to the drugstore every day, and it was Eddie's job, one of Eddie's jobs, to hold the double doors wide open for Mr. Bacon's wheelchair. And then he saw that this was one of those sliding doors that came out of the wall, half from one side and half from the other, which was a pretty dumb kind of door to have on a bedroom. But it didn't look much like a bedroom in there, he thought, staring. There was a fireplace, for Pete's sake, and the bottom half of all the walls was paneled in wood. An effect Eddie found pleasing, but weird. So it wasn't a bedroom at all, but a living room, he decided. Except there was a bed in it, and a chest of drawers and a mirror, just like in the other room he'd seen. He was about to say something to her, maybe, "This is an interesting room," or, "Did this used to be a living room?" or, "Do you ever light that fireplace?" thinking it'd get pretty damn hot in her bed if she did. But then she glanced up from the purse she was rummaging around in, and she happened to look right into Eddie's eyes at exactly the same second that he happened to look right into her eyes. Eddie felt a jolt go through him, like he'd been electrocuted and changed into a statue. Her eyes were brown, mostly brown, with something shiny and gold about them, the same color, Eddie thought, as tea or maple syrup. But these comparisons dissatisfied him. He thought harder about where he had seen that particular amber-brown color before, all warm and sparkly and beautiful. And he still couldn't move, but he was very content to stand there, looking at the color of her eyes, until she let him know what to do next. Finally she stood up, very slowly, hanging on to the strap of her handbag. And Eddie, his penis stirring, waited without breathing to hear what she was going to say. "Please don't come into my room," was what she said. His surprise was immense. He toppled from his dreamlike state into mortification, and felt his face get hot and red. He took a step backward and bumped into the edge of the door. "Fuck you," he said, and it came out all hoarse and trembly. "Fuck you," he said, loud and strong this time. "I'm sorry," said the girl named Melanie, stammering. She brushed some hair out of her face. "Yeah, sure," said Eddie bitterly. "You're sorry, sure, right. I just bet you're sorry," he said, backing into the hall. "I am. Really I am," she said. "Here, please." She held out some money. "Take it, please." Eddie stared at it, then at her. His face flushed even redder. He felt it heat up like a stove burner somebody turned on. "Fuck it, fuck you." "Oh, please, don't. He wondered if she took drugs. Eddie looked hard at her chest, and then he deliberately looked farther down, right at her crotch. Now he looked back at her face. "Fuck you," he said again. She stood there with her white face hanging out, clutching his tip, with her shoulders hunched now, not all straight-backed and cocky like before. "You'd better go," she said. He didn't like what was in her voice, or in the expression on her face, but he didn't know what to do about it. So he turned himself around in the narrow hallway and went back to the front door and slammed it behind him, and stomped across the porch and down the steps, and all the way back to the drugstore he imagined himself doing things to her. Chapter 3. The Sunshine Coast is what British Columbians call a southerly stretch of their coastline that is reached by ferry from Horseshoe Bay, just north and west of the city of Vancouver. It extends from Gibson's in the south to the village of Lund, 80 miles and another ferry ride to the north. At Lund, the highway comes to an end. The rest of the 1,000-mile Pacific coast is accessible only by boat or float plane. There are numerous towns and villages scattered along this 80 miles of coastline. Among them is one called Seashelt. Charlie and Emma O'Bray unloaded grocery bags from Charlie's Honda Accord and took them into the house. It was a mixed-up spring day full of cloud glower and sporadic sunshine. A chilly day, unfriendly, Charlie thought. He deposited 2 bags on the kitchen counter and went into the bedroom to change into his gardening clothes. Old jeans, baggy at the knees and in the seat, and a big old sweatshirt that said UBC, which stood for the University of British Columbia, on the front. He was hanging up the pants he'd taken off when Emma came in. She wasn't carrying anything. Charlie didn't know what her purpose was in coming into the bedroom at that particular moment. "Oh, leave that, Charlie. I'll do it for you," she said. "Thanks, hon," said Charlie, picking up his blue sweater and putting it on a hanger, "but I've got it." She came close to him, placed the palms of her hands flat against his chest, and smiled up at him. Her blonde hair fell back from her face. There were tiny crinkles around her eyes, which were hazel. Charlie could see brown eyeliner on the top lid, and brown eyeshadow like bruises, and brown lashes lengthened and thickened with mascara. She was looking at him questioningly. He kissed her forehead, squeezed her shoulders and released them, and headed for the back door. A few minutes later, standing in the middle of the backyard, he saw her through the kitchen window, putting the groceries away. The tune that had been spinning around in his head for the last several days made its way into his throat, asking to be sung, but he only hummed it, as always. All around the mulberry bush the monkey chased the weasel, the monkey thought 'twas all in fun, pop goes the weasel. There was a game that went with the song. Charlie dredged about in childhood memories, but couldn't find it. He stood in the middle of his backyard with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, and he had to laugh, because there was nothing whatsoever to be done out there, he realized, now that he had had a good look around. The lawn didn't need cutting. The hanging baskets Emma had planted earlier in the week didn't need watering. The bed of tulips didn't need weeding. And it was too early in the season to deal with the raised bed, where he grew heat-loving things like tomatoes and cucumbers and peppers. He walked around to the front of the house in case something had been left undone there. The early blooming azaleas under the living-room window had finished flowering. He began removing the dead blossoms. But Charlie was extremely restless this Saturday afternoon. He had wanted to expend some serious energy out in his garden, not pass the time doing finicky stuff like deadheading the azaleas. He found a few weeds and pulled them, and decided some ground cover was called for under the azaleas. But that was finicky work, too. He'd clean the garden tools, he decided. Clean them and oil them. The shovel, the spade, the fork, the rake, the clippers. And he'd take the electric mower apart and clean that, too, and see if it needed oil. He returned to the backyard and opened the door to the tool shed. He stood there staring inside, not really surprised by what he saw. Emma's sticky, invisible webs were everywhere. The garden tools beamed at him, shining from their hooks on the wall. The mower sat contentedly on the floor, throwing off a dull glow. Charlie closed the door on all of it. He went back into the house, took off his jacket, and sat down at the kitchen table. "Thanks for cleaning up the gardening stuff." He heard the warmth in his voice. "You'll go far, Charlie," he told himself. "You're welcome," said Emma, folding paper grocery bags. She made a neat pile of them and tucked it in between the refrigerator and the wall. "Would you like some coffee?" Charlie looked at his watch. "What time do we have to be next door?" 6 o'clock. It was now 3. 3 hours. It loomed before him like a great black hole in his day, in his life, a hole he'd have to either fill up or jump over. And if he leapt and didn't make it, if his jump fell short, where the hell would he end up? Maybe it's worth having a look, he thought, but the idea created such terror in him that he felt physically sick. "Charlie, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just need... coffee. Coffee would be great." He got up and went into the dining room and looked through the window into the backyard. The sun had gone behind another cloud, and the wind was gusting. Keep the lid on, he told himself. But it was hard, very hard. He couldn't believe how hard it was. "Charlie," said Emma behind him. He nearly jumped out of his skin. "Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you." "It's okay. I've, got a headache, I think." "I'll get you an aspirin," said Emma. "Come on, sit down in the living room with me. Have your coffee." She continued to glance at him worriedly, even after he'd taken the aspirin and drunk a cup of coffee and then another. Even though he assured her he was feeling better now, his headache was gone now. "You've been jumpy lately," she said. "I think you should see Dr. Sawatsky." "I may do that," said Charlie. She got up and came over to his chair and placed her hand across his forehead, seeking a fever. Charlie smelled her perfume, or maybe it was hand lotion, whatever it was, the fragrance or the coolness of her hand, or her lips, pouty and seductive, or the rise of her breast under her cotton sweater. For whatever reason, Charlie surprised himself by placing his hands on her waist. Ah, such a slim waist, and pulling her sweater free from her jeans. A shudder went through him when his hands touched the smoothness of her skin. He reached behind her to undo her bra, and then took her breasts in his hands. Emma removed her sweater and her bra and slipped into his lap. Charlie held her breasts and sucked them, felt the nipples erect in his mouth. He undid her belt and the button and the zipper in the front of her jeans and got out of the chair, pushing her into it. He knelt in front of her and pulled down her jeans and her panties. It was important not to look into her face, but he wanted to taste her lips, so he closed his eyes and pulled her toward him and covered her lips with his open mouth, gnawing gently, licking, sucking at the undersides of her lips. He felt the tune in his throat, humming there like a living thing. "Pop goes the weasel." Charlie pulled away from her and opened his eyes. He stood up and took off his clothes. Emma lay sprawled in the chair, her legs spread, and in his peripheral vision he saw that she'd flung one arm across her eyes. Charlie got down on his knees in front of her again, between her legs. He wanted her to talk to him. He wanted her to say, "Do it to me, Charlie, do it to me." He imagined that he heard her saying it. "Do it to me, Charlie, fuck me, Charlie. Oh, yes, do it to me, do it, do it." He put his hands on her hips and drew her closer. And then a venomous flicker of memory occurred. He saw her face in the light from the street lamp at the end of the alley, and he felt like a fool again, and he lost his erection. He wondered how much of the 3 hours had passed. He sat back on his heels. "Keep the lid on. You can do it." "That's too bad, Charlie," said Emma, her voice clear and calm. "Yeah," said Charlie. "But it's just as well," he thought. He stood up and pulled on his underwear and his jeans and his sweatshirt. He looked at his watch. 3:45. He went into the kitchen to get his jacket. He'd mow the damn lawn front and back, whether it needed it or not. Chapter 4. "I ought to be out at the marina on my day off," RCMP Staff Sergeant Karl Alberg grumbled, turning off the highway. "Looking at sailboats to buy, not having dinner with somebody I see every day at work." "You're right," said Cassandra Mitchell agreeably. "Where are we going, anyway? Do they live on the water? Near it, not on it. How come I don't have any friends except other members? Maybe nobody else likes you. Maybe you're a miserable person. Alberg brooded on this. Well, he said finally, am I? They were traveling slowly along a crooked street. Clouds swept across the sky, restless and glowering, shifting size, shape, and color as they went. Cassandra clutched her sweater around her. No, Karl, and you do have friends who aren't cops. I mean police officers. There's Alex Gillingham, for instance. Jesus, Gillingham. And there's me. He glanced at her, pleased. Yeah, true. I want it to be warm again, said Cassandra, shivering. When it comes time to trade in my Olds, Alberg mused, I think I'll get one with air. With air? Yeah, air conditioning. Karl, we get a summer like last year's about once every century. You don't need air conditioning here. You're right, said Alberg, nodding. I need a boat, that's what I need. He pulled up in front of the Sokolowskis' house and turned off the engine. Well, here we are, Christ. Oh, for heaven's sake, stop complaining, said Cassandra, exasperated. I've never been here for dinner before. Maybe I'll have to invite them back. He stared at the house, which was set back a considerable distance from the street. It was such a small place for a man as large as Sid Sokolowski. Alberg looked at his watch and wondered aloud how long they'd have to stay. You aren't a very sociable person, are you? Said Cassandra pityingly. I'm damned hurt you should say such a thing, said Alberg. He got out of the car and moved quickly around to the passenger door, but Cassandra had it open before he could get there as usual. Well, I'm not going to sit there like some potentate waiting for you to do something I'm perfectly capable of doing for myself, she said. He followed Cassandra through the gate and up the walk, admiring her legs. Is it okay to admire your legs? He said as they reached the front porch, and she said it was. Sid came to the door wearing a yellow shirt and a pair of khaki pants and brown leather sandals. Alberg thought it was early in the season for sandals. He also found the sight of the sergeant's naked toes embarrassing, and he felt overdressed. He was wearing a jacket and a tie, for God's sake. He couldn't remember if it had been Cassandra's idea or his. It must have been Cassandra's, he thought, loosening the knot in his tie, unbuttoning the top button of his shirt. Come on in, said Sid, and they trotted after him dutifully down the hall and into the living room. Through an archway they could see the dining table, set for more than 4. Let me get you a drink, said Sid, and took their orders. His wife, Elsie, came into the room, smiling. She deposited a tray of vegetables and dip on the coffee table, and shook hands with Alberg and Cassandra. Sit down, please, she said. But then Sid returned with glasses of wine, and as he handed them over, he invited Alberg to go outside and look at his new fence, and they ended up, all 4 of them, going outside. That's a lot of work, said Alberg admiringly. He walked to the east side of the yard and looked across at the next property, which was unfenced. That place is a disgrace, Sid muttered, his bare toes curling in disgust. Look at the damn dandelions, will you? They're going to go to seed. All the damn fluff's going to blow over here. Alberg knew Sid hadn't been keen to buy this house, which he and Elsie had occupied now for 5 years. The Sokolowskis and their 5 daughters had lived in a big place over near the high school, a house on a straight street with a straight lane behind it, and houses on either side that looked straight ahead, like houses should. A street on parade, you might say, he'd said to Alberg, who sometimes had difficulty deciding when Sid was joking. When the last of the girls left home, Sid often wandered wistfully through the place, looking into his daughters' abandoned bedrooms. They'd all left stuff behind for various reasons, and sometimes, he confided to Alberg, he pretended for a minute that they still lived there. Elsie, on the other hand, upon finding herself alone so much at the time, decided to take control of her life. She tells me, "I don't want to drift, Sid. I mustn't start drifting." Sokolowski reported this to Alberg with a pained expression and a helpless shrug of his enormous shoulders. One day she announced that she'd gotten herself a job managing a dry cleaning establishment. Her husband, who had expected her to have considerable difficulty finding employment, was shocked. But Elsie pointed out that running a 7-person household was excellent training for practically anything. Next, she wanted them to move. It took her several months to persuade Sid that this wouldn't be the end of the world as he knew it. They put their big house on the market and started looking around for a smaller one, and eventually they'd ended up here, on Persimmon Drive. Hudson Drive ran west of Persimmon and parallel to it, tracing a gentle curve around a small bay. Houses had been built along this street as along any other, upon rectangular lots that stretched from the sidewalk to the edge of a low bluff that overlooked the water. Now you'd think, Sokolowski had complained to Alberg, that the next street up would do the same, maybe a little bit straighter even, but no. Persimmon had been laid down in 2 exultant swoops that formed a reverse S. To Sokolowski, this made absolutely no sense. The lots were pie-shaped, and they didn't fit together particularly well. Some were much bigger than others, and some lay sideways to the lane. Between this lane and Hudson was a park, with a couple of houses on ordinary lots at either end. Sid Sokolowski's house was the second from the western end of Persimmon. The lot on the corner was also fenced and snuggled neatly against the Sokolowskis. The one on the other side, however, was, Alberg admitted, peering over the fence, truly a mess. "Although there's a certain charm to the place, Sid," he said, studying the automobile carcass through which tall grass was growing, and the thicket of wild yellow broom at the edge of the lane, and the bright golden dandelions scattered across the shaggy lawn. Sid just looked at him, and Alberg knew he was thinking about Alberg's own backyard, and realizing that on this particular subject he was talking to the wrong guy. "We'd better go inside, Sid," said Elsie, who had thrown a sweater over her shoulders before leaving the house. "Cassandra's freezing out here." Cassandra murmured, a polite denial, but headed quickly for the back door. Sid gestured toward the fenced yard to the west. Alberg glanced over there and saw cloud shadows racing across the lawn, and a human shadow caught his eye, too, as it moved quickly away from a window in the back of the house. "There's another couple coming, too," Sid was saying, as they followed Elsie and Cassandra. "We owe them, because he threw in with me on the fence." Alberg turned this remark over in his mind until he knew what was wrong with it, which was the phrase, "another couple," implying that he and Cassandra were a couple, which they were, he supposed, but not a married couple, which was what Sid and Elsie were, and probably their neighbors, too. Alberg felt a sting of nostalgia. For a moment, something in his body hurt. The other couple arrived a few minutes later. They were introduced as Emma and Charlie O'Bray. Again, Sid offered drinks. "Emma, Charlie?" As he turned to Cassandra, she said, "I'm fine, thanks," interjecting quickly, so he wouldn't have to fumble around trying to decide how to address her. She'd told him to call her Cassandra, but he seemed to think that inappropriate for some reason. Alberg wanted to grin at her, but he didn't. He sneaked a sideways glance, though, and saw that she was tense in the company of these several strangers. He felt the need to say something to her in private. It didn't matter what. It wasn't the message. It was the conveying of it in private. But among other people, that was important. He would touch some part of her and whisper something to her that nobody else could hear. And either he wanted nobody else to notice him doing this, or else he wanted everybody to notice it. He wasn't sure which. For the moment, though, he would let there be space and distance between them, as if they were estranged. Politely he turned his attention to the newcomers. They sat side by side on a long sofa, Charlie at one end, his wife in the middle. Charlie Alberg, had been pleased to notice, was also wearing a jacket and tie. He was in his early 40s. Alberg figured, tall, with dark brown hair, graying. Its tight curls were controlled by a very short haircut. His shoulders were broad and his hands were large and square, with spatulate fingers. His eyes were blue, and the bones in his face, cheeks, forehead, jaw, were prominent. "I'm in insurance," he said when Alberg inquired, and looked amused when Alberg expressed surprise. "What would you have guessed?" "Something, I don't know, something outdoors," said Alberg with a grin. Charlie laughed. "Insurance salesmen spend a lot of time outdoors, on the road, going from client to client." "I guess they do." "He isn't a salesman," said Emma, placing her hand on her husband's sleeve. "He's a partner in a consulting group." She looked up into Charlie's face and smiled. "In West Vancouver." Emma O'Bray was quite a lot younger than her husband, Alberg decided. Her blonde hair fell from a center part, just short of her shoulders. It was sleek and shiny, and when she shook her head it didn't fly off in all directions, but kept its shape. She had a slight lisp and spoke very softly, so that Alberg's eyes went to her mouth when she talked. Her lips were so full as to look almost swollen. Her hazel eyes were carefully made up. Her skin glowed, and her body was positively voluptuous, sheathed in a short black dress. She seemed utterly at ease, but her tranquillity fell to Alberg, shielded and private, as if she were keeping it to herself, like a secret. "West Van," he said. "You commute, then?" Charlie nodded. He stretched out his long legs, cradling his wine-glass in both hands. Next to him, Emma sat sideways on the sofa, one arm along its back. The skirt of her black dress pushed several inches above her knees. It was revealed that Emma had a degree in art history. She had married Charlie right after graduation. She didn't have a job and didn't want one. "That must be very, very nice for you, Charlie," Sid began, nostalgic. "Things change, Sid," Elsie interrupted briskly. "Life changes. People change." Alberg noticed with interest the rapid pulse in Charlie's throat. "His heart's going like a son of a bitch," he thought. "Yet there's nothing on his face but blandness." When they stood to go in to dinner, Alberg caught Charlie's eye. His gaze was so guarded, thought Alberg, that looking into his eyes was like looking into an anteroom. Alberg was intensely curious, and he thought Charlie knew this, for he held Alberg's gaze while he reached for his wife and pulled her close to him and smiled. Alberg could feel Charlie's body willing itself to relax and accomplishing this. After dinner they returned to the living room for coffee, and the conversation turned to neighborhood matters, and Alberg's attention wandered. At the dinner table he had been seated next to Cassandra, and had become acutely aware of her physical presence, the rustle of her clothing, the smell of her perfume, the gleam of her hair, the sound of her voice. Now he felt an ache in his body because she was too far away from him. He got up and moved an ottoman next to her chair and sat down on that. He looked at her face in profile for what seemed a long time, and finally she turned her head and looked back at him, smiling a little. He reached over and picked up her hand and held it with both of his. He turned it over and brought it to his lips and kissed the palm. He let his eyes move to her face again and saw that she was blushing, but he kept looking at her, and knew that the longer she returned his gaze, the weaker she felt in the middle of her, as if she were melting, as if her muscles were dissolving. He bent toward her and put his lips against the side of her throat, below her ear. When he lifted his head, Emma O'Bray was staring at him, her serenity shattered, her face contorted with rage. Alberg turned away, got up from the ottoman, and returned to his chair. He took his time picking up his coffee cup, taking a sip, replacing it. When he looked again at Emma, she was talking to Elsie, and she was once more rosy and serene. Chapter 5. Eddie hadn't forgotten about the girl called Melanie, but at least he'd stopped looking for her all the time. For the first couple of days, he'd look for her everywhere. On the street, in the drugstore, in the cafe where he almost always had lunch, everywhere he went. This wasn't because he wanted to see her. Hey, not in your life. What he wanted was to not see her. Or rather, to see her first, before she saw him, so he could make sure not to meet up with her, look her in the face, have to say any words to her. There was no way he wanted her in any part of his life, even in the smallest part of it. And then on Saturday, he looked up from the shelf he was loading up with antiperspirants, and there she was, with her back to him, looking keenly at the jars of nail polish in the next aisle over. Eddie ducked his head a little and peered more closely from between the antiperspirants. It was her, all right. He'd recognize her anywhere, even from behind. He didn't know what the hell to do. So he called in his mind upon his sister Sylvia, who obliged him promptly, as she always did. "Ignore her, Eddie," he heard Sylvia tell him. "You've got your dignity to think about." "Yeah, right," Eddie said to himself, concentrating upon the antiperspirants. He was lining up the roll-ons now, each one in its own little box. What a waste of cardboard, thought Eddie. And he snatched another glance over the top of the rack of shelving. He was a whole head taller than the shelves. He noticed that the girl was a whole head shorter. She'd moved up the aisle a bit, and was now looking at the hair stuff, brushes and combs and barrettes and stuff like that, the stock replenished that very day by Eddie himself. He saw her take something off one of the racks. He couldn't see what it was, and he watched closely, imagining for a second that she was going to stuff it into her pocket and walk out without paying for it. He had a little fantasy about chasing after her, out the door and onto the sidewalk, and then he'd put a big hand on her shoulder and say, "Hey, lady," all full of sternness, "let me see what you've got in your pocket there." But she put it back, like he knew she would. She was a bitch, but she was probably no thief, and went on up the aisle. "What is she doing here?" Eddie muttered to himself. And then it occurred to him that she might have come to the drugstore to make some trouble for him. His fingers got suddenly big and clumsy, and several boxes of deodorant toppled over. It took him a few seconds to straighten that up, and when he peeked again into the next aisle, she was gone. He was partly relieved and partly disappointed. He thought about her a lot during the rest of the day, while he was loading up the shelves and unpacking boxes in the back room, and having his coffee break, and cleaning up after some kid whose mother let him tear open a bag of nuts and spill them all over the floor. All he thought about was her while he took off the blue drugstore jacket he wore over his own clothes, the one with Eddie sewn onto the label in red writing. And he thought about her while he drove home, too, until finally he heard Sylvia in his mind admonishing him not to brood. So while he cooked his supper, he turned on the hockey game, and then he forgot about her for once and for all because the playoffs were on. And then 2 days later, what happened but she came into the store again. This time he was stocking the magazine racks. It was a job he particularly enjoyed. In fact, he enjoyed it too much, really. Harold, the manager, had to speak to him a couple of times about not letting himself get too absorbed in the covers. He didn't get mad at him. Harold never got mad. He'd just give him a friendly word. "No reading on the job, Ed," he'd say, giving Eddie a clap on the shoulder as he passed. So Eddie tried to be very conscientious now. He'd look quickly at the magazines and the paperback books, but he wouldn't let himself read the words on the covers. Some, of course, he had no trouble ignoring. The crossword puzzle magazines, for instance. But he found most of the others very interesting, for one reason or another. He got to take some of the magazines home whenever the new ones came out. On this Monday afternoon, he dug into the box he'd just opened and reached up to put a handful of copies in the McLean's rack. And there she was, just like that. She just materialized, like from black magic or something. Eddie felt like some kind of fool squatting down there, squinting up at her, while she stared down her nose at him. His mouth opened. "Hi," he said. Right away he could have kicked himself for being the naturally polite kind of person he was. But what could he expect? Of course he was automatically going to say hi to a person he knew, well, sort of knew, when she was looking straight into his damn face. But she wasn't a naturally polite person. Oh, no. "Hi," he said to her, and she turned around and flounced away. That's what she did. He didn't get a damn word out of her. Not a hi, not a how do you do, not a kiss my butt. Nothing. He watched her go, and he was steaming. Just steaming. Of all the nerve, of all the damn nerve, that was all he could think of. That was the only thought in his head. Of all the damn nerve. He finished the magazines and picked up the empty boxes to return them to the storeroom. This required that he passed the prescription counter at the back of the store, and he saw the girl standing at the end of the lineup. Probably getting penicillin or something, he thought. Probably she's got some sexually transmitted disease. He shivered at the thought and stared at the back of her head with distaste as he passed her, and he let the box he was carrying bump her real gently in the ass as he went by. "Oh, sorry," he said, and she glared at him so hard that he could just barely hold in his laughter until he got into the storeroom, where it was okay to let it out. Chapter 6. On Friday afternoon, Emma was out in the backyard with a long-handled pruner, snipping branches from the cherry tree to bring them indoors. They were already in bloom, so they wouldn't last long, but she only wanted them for today, for tonight. Today was her 6th wedding anniversary, and her 29th birthday. The neighborhood in which she and Charlie lived was west of town, south of the highway, half an hour's drive from the Langdale Ferry Terminal, and 5 minutes by car from what would have been called downtown Seashelt, if Seashelt had been a bigger place. Their house, which faced north, was about a city block from the sea. Emma could see the ocean and hear it from the backyard when she was outside working in her garden. She could see it by standing on her tiptoes and hanging on to the fence and stretching her neck to look over the top. It was downhill to the ocean from her backyard. A breeze came tumbling in from the sea, and white petals filled the air for a moment, then fluttered down. Some of them caught in Emma's blonde hair. The breeze made her shiver, because it was a spring day. Yes, she could see that in the grass that suddenly needed another mowing, and in the tulips growing next to the fence. But it was an unpleasant spring day, blustery and petulant and much colder than it ought to be. She shivered in the cold breeze from the ocean, but took pleasure in its salty fragrance, and tucked that away in her head to pass it on to Charlie. The rough, cold touch of the breeze on her face, and the salty smell of it. Indoors again, she plunged the cherry boughs in hot water and arranged them in the tall, heavy glass vase that she'd bought to replace a similar one that had gotten broken last year. "What do you want for dinner?" she'd asked him. He'd pretended to think about it. He was very polite. It was one of the things that pleased her about him, but she knew it wasn't a question that interested him. "How about if I surprise you?" she said, and he agreed to this, smiling. On past anniversaries, he had suggested that they go out for dinner. But Emma always said no. The day was a gift she gave herself, and making dinner was its centerpiece. Always in Charlie's absence, Emma conjured him up, moving through her day as if he were with her, or rather, she ordered her motions, and as best she could her thoughts, so as to delight him should he be there. She looked upon this as preparation for his death. She could continue doing it after his death, she thought, and in that way keep him alive for her. She liked observing the world for Charlie. Those parts of it he was too busy to notice for himself. The palms of her hands recalled the texture of the bark of the cherry tree. She had memorized the limpid green of its new springing leaves. She captured these things, interpreted them, and passed them on for his enlightenment. When Emma was about 10 years old, she had had a dog that got killed by a car. She lived in a small town, and everybody knew which dog belonged to whom. A little boy came running into her yard, yelling at her that her dog, whose name was Pat, was hurt. She followed him, running, and when they approached the street that went past the park and the flower shop, she saw Pat, a golden cocker spaniel, lying by the side of the road. She got close enough to see that he was perfectly still. She'd never seen him motionless before. Even when he slept, he twitched. Then she turned around and ran home, pelted home, her legs going very fast, and she was screaming for her mother when she was still half a block away. Emma took the silver candlesticks into the dining room. She spread newspaper on the table, got polish and rags from the kitchen, and sat down to clean them. Through the window she saw a blue jay strutting the length of the front yard fence, looking in at her with sharp metallic eyes, a blue jay wearing a black hood, with pencil strokes for legs. Emma, at 12, had come home from school one day to find her mother sitting all by herself in the kitchen, without a coffee cup, without even her cigarettes and ashtray, just sitting there as if turned to stone, not hearing Emma when she spoke. It turned out that her mother's sister had died. Emma remembered that there was an echo in the kitchen. Something had been sucked from the air, leaving a hollowness into which Emma's voice plunged and then caromed around. Her mother looked at her, finally, and at first Emma thought she didn't recognize her, and then she realized that her mother didn't even see her standing there. Maybe she saw her sister, Emma's aunt. Anyway, she began to cry. Emma was going to cook a fillet of beef with asparagus and Yukon Gold potatoes, and she had already made the meringue for a pavlova. The sun suddenly wrenched clouds from its face and fell upon Emma's carpet in a sullen sprawl. Emma stopped in her housewifely duties and moved across the living room to stand in the sunlight for a moment, letting it warm her face. Her mother died when Emma was 22 and about to get married. 1 minute she was in Emma's life, and the next gone. Her father had died years earlier, when Emma was still a baby, so now she was an orphan. Emma, in her wedding gown, began to wonder if God had it in for her. She deeply mistrusted his having given her, Charlie, to care for. It was 6 o'clock when Charlie pulled up in front of the house. He sat in the Honda for a moment, looking at the front door, but it didn't open. Yeah, ground cover would be good under those azaleas, he thought. He was very conscious that it was the 3rd Friday in April, that a certain kind of time was running out. So he concentrated on the bare earth beneath the azaleas, imagining Periwinkle there, or Creeping Jenny. After a while he picked up the package lying on the passenger seat and collected his briefcase from the floor and got out of the car. The house could use a coat of paint, he noticed, opening the gate in the fence. He'd mention it to Emma. "The house could use a coat of paint, hon," he'd say to her, and that same afternoon the yard would be swarming with workmen. "Emma," he called out as he opened the door, "I'm home." She arrived in the hall as he was hanging up his raincoat and gave him a hug and pretended not to see the package sitting on the top of his briefcase. He didn't want to drag things out, though. "Let's have a drink," he said. "I want to give you your present." In the living room, he poured 2 glasses of scotch, then had to take them into the kitchen to get ice. He returned to the living room and handed one of the glasses to Emma. "To us," said Emma, smiling, raising her glass. "To us," Charlie agreed. They drank. "Sit down now and open this." He gave her the package. It was wrapped in paper that said "Happy Anniversary" all over it, and it was tied with silver ribbon and topped with a silver bow that was bigger than the box itself. The store had done this for him. Emma opened her present carefully, easing the invisible tape away from the paper without tearing it, revealing a blue Birks box inside. She looked at Charlie with raised eyebrows and parted lips. "Yeah," he said, "I think you've guessed it." Emma removed the lid and pushed aside a layer of cotton wool. She plucked from the box a wide silver bracelet, hinged. "Oh, Charlie," she breathed. She slipped it onto her wrist and closed it, held her slim arm up and moved it into the sunlight so that the bracelet flashed. "It's beautiful." She got up to thank him with a hug and a kiss. "You just sit there and enjoy your drink," she said, "while I finish up in the kitchen." Charlie downed his drink, poured another, and turned on the television news. "This is wonderful," said Charlie at dinner. Emma smiled upon him, content. Over the pavlova, she said, "I'm taking more lessons." She'd just completed a course in gourmet cooking. "Good," said Charlie. "What is it this time?" "Piano." He smiled at her. "Good." She refilled their coffee cups. She was so sharply aware of the difference between this anniversary and their last one that she knew he must be also. She got up and stood behind him, her hands on his shoulders, and gently kissed the side of his face. She tried never to think about it. The only reason it had crept into her mind now was obviously because it had happened exactly 1 year ago. 6 years ago, she and Charlie had gotten married. 1 year ago, she had woken in the night and found him standing over her, pointing a gun at her head. Poor Charlie, she thought. "I love you," she said, squeezing his shoulders. He patted her hand. "Thank you, Emma, for a terrifically good anniversary dinner." She sat down again and gazed at him across the table. The candlesticks gleamed. The cherry boughs cast a pale, fragrant glow in the corner of the room. "Isn't this better," she said softly, "than last year?" Charlie nodded, slowly, his face tipping in and out of shadow. Chapter 7. Eddie worked only a 4-hour shift on Friday, so when he got to his sister's place, it was early in the afternoon. "Where are the kids?" he said, looking around. "Play school," said Sylvia, who was cleaning the big front room window. "How come they're there on your day off?" She flicked him an exasperated glance. "I need to clean the house in peace once in a while," she said, rubbing vigorously at the glass, "without them getting underfoot." "It sure looks clean, all right," said Eddie, trying to get in her good books. He sat down on the sofa, keeping his back straight, his feet flat on the floor, his hands quiet in his lap. After a few minutes, Sylvia gathered up the paper towels she'd used on the window and took them and the spray bottle into the kitchen. "Want some coffee?" she called out to him, and Eddie said loudly that he did. He got up and joined her in there and sat at the kitchen table, which was under a window that looked out into the backyard. Eddie had hung a tire from the big maple tree out there for the kids to swing on. Sylvia made coffee in her glass percolator. "Have you had any lunch?" she said, washing her hands at the kitchen sink while the coffee pot burped and bubbled. Eddie shook his head. "I'm not hungry, though." Sylvia ignored this and fixed them both lettuce and tomato sandwiches and put out a plate of her homemade peanut butter cookies, too. All this time she had the radio on, way down low. Sylvia almost always kept the radio on just low enough so you couldn't hear anybody's words. This was okay when there was music playing, but when it was a talk show like now, it was very irritating. Eddie wanted to ask her to turn up the volume, or else turn off the radio altogether. Finally, as if she could read his mind, she reached over and switched it off. Eddie felt a lot more relaxed then. He ate his sandwich and drank his coffee and had 3 cookies, all the while listening to Sylvia talk about her job and the kids. And this was good. This felt good. It was family stuff, and family was very important. After a while, though, well, it was like when you have to stop walking, because wherever you're going, you've all of a sudden gotten there. Eddie could feel Sylvia looking at him, and thinking and wondering why he'd phoned her up and asked if he could come over. So, "Sylvia," he said, "there's something worrying me." He knew he'd probably used those exact words in the past, and this was good, because she sort of knew now what was coming. He looked up at her from the cookie crumbs he'd been moving around on the plate. She was looking straight back at him, her face calm and even. The day was soft and bright, with a thin gray veil of cloud over the sky, and the light was tender upon Sylvia. Eddie could see no worry lines, no roughness, and her brown hair, drawn back in a businesslike ponytail so it wouldn't get in her eyes while she cleaned, was clean and shiny. Eddie almost got tears in his eyes gazing at Sylvia. He was so thankful she was in his life. She nodded at him, and he went on. "I didn't do a thing to her," he said. His hands were flat on his thighs, and he was leaning toward her earnestly. "There was a misunderstanding." He looked down again. Sylvia waited. "I swore at her," Eddie muttered. Sylvia lifted her coffee mug, black with an elaborate design of flowers all over it, and sipped. She was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved T-shirt with no collar. There was a short little opening at the throat, with 4 tiny buttons that she had left undone. She was sitting sideways on her chair, with one arm over the back of it, and her legs were crossed. Now she uncrossed them and put both hands on the table in front of her, pushing her coffee mug aside. "What was the misunderstanding?" she said. Her voice was calm, too, just like her face. Eddie told her about delivering the parcel. "I didn't know it was her bedroom. It didn't look like a bedroom. I was just looking in there, thinking about how it didn't look like a bedroom. That's all, Sylvia." "How come you didn't wait by the front door, though?" Eddie shrugged. "I don't know. I don't remember. I think she said something to me, called me. I didn't think anything of it," he protested. "I just went down there. I knew she was getting me a tip. I wanted to get going and get out of there." He felt his blood moving faster, and figured his face was probably getting red. "She got it all wrong, for God's sake." "Eddie," said Sylvia, a warning. "Well, she did. 'Don't come in my room,' she says." He said it again. "Don't come in my room," putting on a high, petulant voice, as if I'd want to go in her damn room. "Eddie," said Sylvia sharply. "So fuck you," I told her. "Eddie!" "Fuck you, lady. That's what I said." He slumped back in his chair. After a while, Sylvia sighed. It sounded big and wistful, like the wind just before rain starts to fall. Then she got up and went to stand behind Eddie's chair, and began massaging his shoulder muscles. He hadn't known they'd been hurting until then. For a while they hurt more, but by the time she moved away and sat down again, they weren't hurting at all. "You've got to apologize," said Sylvia. Eddie groaned. "Eddie," she said quietly. Reluctant, he looked at her. "It's the only thing that works. You know it." "I feel like I've been apologizing my whole damn life," he said resentfully. "And whose fault is that?" "Well, it's not entirely my fault, Sylvia, not entirely." He badly wanted to smoke, but Sylvia didn't allow cigarettes in her house. I gotta stand up for myself. A man's gotta stand up for himself. Get real, Eddie. Shoot. She pushed her chair away from the table. You'd think by now. She tore the elastic band out of her hair and shook it free. After all the times, she grabbed a hairbrush from the windowsill and brushed her hair furiously. And all the people, she grabbed her hair, gathered it up at the back of her neck, and wound the elastic around it again. She rested her elbows on the tabletop, staring across at him, and leaned into the sunlight that was suddenly shining down through a ragged hole in the cloud cover. Eddie felt bad, because there were lines across her forehead now, and a pair of them, like brackets, from the bottom of her nose to the edges of her mouth. Remember that girl when you worked for the post office? I don't want to go through it all, Sylvia, said Eddie wearily. I don't. First they warned you, then they fired you. I told you, Sylvia, you almost got fired from McDonald's, too. Eddie shifted in his chair. He craved a smoke so bad. And, Eddie, for Pete's sake, if it hadn't been for that nice cop up there on the campus 2 years ago, you would have been in the slammer. He put his hand over his eyes. He'd got her started. Now she was going full bore. There was nothing to do but wait for it to be over. And this, surely, was why he'd come, wasn't it? Chapter 8. The next day was a harbinger of summer. The grass was long and thick and fragrant. The rose bushes were laden with buds, and the air was warm enough for shorts and T-shirts. In Seashelt, Karl Alberg prepared a platter of food and took it out to the sun porch, along with mugs of coffee and a pot of strawberry jam. "It's so beautiful, let's eat out on the lawn," said Cassandra. So they moved a card table and 2 chairs outside and began to eat. Cassandra, tearing a croissant in half, looked around her and frowned. Alberg's backyard wasn't designed to sit in. It was a yard you walk through on your way to the garage. "You should get a patio put in here," she told him. "Good idea," he said contentedly. "I'll do it." She smiled a little, realizing how much she liked the look of him. Tall, broad, too thick around the waist, fair-haired, blue-eyed, with a face ageless and enigmatic. She continued to find him attractive, and was glad of that, and glad that he found her attractive, too. She glanced at him frequently as they ate. It was good to see him happy and relaxed. "Karl," she said, licking strawberry jam from her thumb, "do you remember how we met?" "Yeah," he said, grinning. He pushed the platter closer to her. "Have more." "Did you answer a whole bunch of ads, or only mine?" "Why?" he said cautiously. "I was just wondering." She helped herself to a bagel and smeared it with cream cheese. "Do you remember when we met? I mean, how long ago?" He cocked his head, looking thoughtful. "Boy, it's got to be 3 years, 4? Cassandra's lips settled into a thin line. "We met in June of 1984. He was clearly astonished. "Almost 8 years ago," she said. "No, really?" "I was 41 years old." "Uh-huh," said Alberg. "On my next birthday, Karl, I will be 50. "You've never looked better, Cassandra," he said sincerely, "and I can tell you from personal experience, being 50 isn't so bad. Me, I was dreading it, but—" "Karl," she said, interrupting him, "are you up to having a serious talk?" She watched his eyes and waited for the shutters to drop, and they did. Wham! No access. He did this at will. She associated it with his being a cop, and wondered if it was one of the reasons he'd become a cop, or if he'd got like that only after he became a cop. Cassandra suddenly felt unutterably weary. She tossed her napkin on the table and got up. With her hands in the pockets of her shorts, she made a slow circuit of his yard, looking at the rose bushes that swarmed over the fence, and through the grimy window into the garage, at Alberg's Oldsmobile, and along the opposite fence, also smothered in rose bushes. One fence separated the backyard from a lane. Across the other was a well-tended yard, with a brick patio near the house and a vegetable garden at the back. "You haven't finished your bagel," said Alberg. "I've had all I want." He joined her at the fence. "What do you want to talk about?" He was standing near enough to touch her, but he wasn't touching her. Cassandra shook her head. "Come on," he said softly. "Let's go inside, have another cup of coffee. Talk." She let her body list slightly to the right, until her shoulder brushed against his arm. Alberg's arm came up and around her, pulling her close to him, holding her firmly. She rested her head on his shoulder and sighed. "Come on," said Alberg. They took the dishes inside. Alberg poured more coffee and led the way into the living room. "Okay," he said. He put his feet up on the hassock and spread his hands on the arms of the wing-back chair. "Go ahead." "I resent that," said Cassandra, who was still standing. Alberg lifted his shoulders and donned an expression of helplessness. "I haven't got a speech to make," she said. "I don't want me to talk. I want us to talk. About us, about the future, as I'm sure you've guessed." Alberg put his hands behind his head. "Okay, where should we start?" She sat down on the sofa. "Let's start with you and your job." "What about my job?" "When are you going to retire?" "I don't know. I haven't thought about it." "You could do it now, couldn't you? Because you've got your 24 years and a day, right?" "Yeah, I'm not ready to retire, though." "How much time do you figure to put in?" "I don't know, Cassandra. I told you I haven't thought about it much." "I don't believe that, Karl. Listen." She got up and went over to him. She sat on the hassock and put a hand on his ankle. "Do you resent my asking you about this? Because if you do, if you think it's none of my business, then just say so." He reached to take her hand. "No, of course I don't resent it. You have every right to know what I plan to do. But the thing is, I don't have a plan." "What are your alternatives?" He sighed. "I hate this. Okay, I've got 28 years. If I stay in until the 35-year mark, I can retire with 70% of my pay. That's probably worth doing." "In 7 more years, you'll be almost 60. 59. I know how old I'll be, Cassandra." She withdrew her hand and went back to the sofa. "I don't have to quit then either," he said. "I can stay in until I'm 65. "Wonderful." "What's this got to do with anything anyway?" he said angrily. "How about your job at the library? When are you going to retire from that?" She gazed at him evenly. "We'll get to me in a minute." He dropped his feet to the floor and pushed the hassock to one side. "Don't get defensive, Karl," she said softly. "Please." "I'm not defensive," he snapped. He shook his head. "Okay, I'm defensive." He sat forward. "Look, I don't like to think about it, okay? I don't like to think about leaving the force." "But aren't there other things you want to do? You're still young, Karl." He laughed. "Youngish? You are. There are all kinds of things you could do with your life if you retired early." Alberg imagined himself a bearded seafarer exploring the coast of British Columbia in a 30-foot sailboat. He looked at Cassandra, earnest and loving and afraid of the sea. "Like what?" he said dryly. "You could set up an investigation business." He stared at her. "You know, become an investigator, a private investigator." "In Sechelt." "Well, in Vancouver, then," she said, flushing. "Cassandra," he shook his head, "listen, I don't want to live in Vancouver. I don't want to be a P.I. Jesus Christ." He stood up. "Look, I like what I'm doing. I don't want to do anything else. This is it. You want to know what I want out of life? I'm doing it. This is what I want." She looked at him, looming angry and intense above her. "But what about when you can't do it anymore?" she said quietly. "What about when your job is just a desk job?" He said nothing for a moment. The cats emerged from the bedroom. One arranged herself in a neat triangle and began washing her paws. The other sloped over to the scratching post and stretched and scratched. "I'm not prepared to talk about this any longer," said Alberg. "Will you think about it?" He looked at her for a long time. Then he reached down, took her hands, and pulled her to her feet. He put his arms around her. "I don't know." Chapter 9. Weekends had become the worst days of all. Charlie had learned to structure them, to stuff them full of planned activities, events that possessed a remorseless momentum that would grind him through Saturday and Sunday despite himself. He planned this weekend, too, just like the rest, but it turned out not to be necessary. Once the anniversary dinner was out of the way, Charlie found himself feeling astonishingly at peace. He was looking at things, at people, differently. He discovered within himself an attitude of generosity and tenderness that surprised and pleased him. He was stronger, perhaps, than he had known. He and Emma went out for breakfast Saturday morning and then did the grocery shopping. When they got home, Emma changed the sheets on the bed and did a load of laundry, while Charlie worked outside. Again, there wasn't much yard work to do, so when Sid Sokolovsky invited him next door for a beer, he went. Sid spent most of their time together complaining about his other neighbor, whom he blamed for the dandelions he'd had to dig out of his lawn. Charlie listened to all this as if in a dream, conscious of the half-smile upon his face and the ache in his heart. He went out to rent a movie later, and Emma ordered Chinese food. Charlie was able to sleep almost as soon as he closed his eyes that night, and if he dreamed, he couldn't remember his dreams in the morning. He moved through Sunday slowly and attentively, observing the cleanliness of the house and the greenness of the lawn, and Emma's beguiling grace. He sat still for long periods of time, watching his wife preparing their Sunday brunch, or curled up in an easy-chair reading a book, or stepping outside just before dinner to cut some tulips, one hand holding her hair back from her face as she bent over to look for flowers not yet fully opened. It was as though he had been seriously ill, and was now convalescent. There was the same distant appreciation for small things. He knew it was temporary, but what a relief, what a joy to have this unexpected hiatus, these 2 precious days of tranquility. "You're very quiet today," said Emma when they sat down to eat dinner. "Aren't you feeling well?" "I'm feeling great," said Charlie. He would have said more, but couldn't. He'd been struck by a feeling of déjà vu so intense that he suddenly wanted to weep. He put down his knife and fork. "Great," he repeated, looking down at the chicken breast in lemon sauce that occupied his dinner plate, along with a scoop of mashed potatoes and some glazed baby carrots. Was it the sight of the food, the smell of the coffee drifting in from the kitchen, Emma's blonde hair and rosy skin? He lifted his head and looked at her. She was eating calmly and neatly, cutting small pieces of chicken, pushing mashed potatoes onto her fork, lifting chicken and potatoes to her mouth. Her teeth chewed calmly and neatly. She swallowed, sipped from her water glass. Charlie felt 1,000 miles away from her. "Yeah," he said, picking up his fork. He cleared his throat. "I feel great." Chapter 10. Eddie knew Sylvia was right. He had to apologize to the girl called Melanie, and he was just about ready to do this when another bad thing happened and sent all his best intentions flying into a cocked hat. He finished work at noon on Monday. He left the drugstore through the front door, because of having to buy a pack of cigarettes, and went around the block and down the lane to where the Camaro was parked, behind the drugstore, right next to Harold's Volvo. On the other side of the lane was a row of backyards, some with garages attached to them, and some not. And it was garbage pickup day, so people had put their garbage cans out. Eddie noticed a dog sniffing around one of them, a young, skinny dog, with a long tail and middle-sized floppy ears and no collar. He saw it get up on its hind legs and knock the lid off the garbage can, slick as anything. Eddie was admiring this when the next thing he knew, the dog had knocked over the whole damn can. It started pawing through all the garbage, getting crap all over the lane right behind the drugstore. Eddie shouted at the dog and waved his arms around. Right away, the dog moved, so it could keep one eye on Eddie. But meanwhile, the rest of its body was still busy strewing the damn garbage all over the place. Eddie started running toward it. And he felt the flesh on his body jiggling and thought about the gym and how he had to work out more often. Gotta get my life more organized, he thought, lumbering toward the dog. When he got close enough, he aimed a kick, but he missed. The dog leapt back and immediately circled around and came right back at the garbage. Eddie saw that it had unearthed the carcass of a cooked chicken. Eddie was hollering now and kicking out at the dog and missing and getting madder and madder, so that at first he didn't even hear her. And then he did. He turned around, amazed. There she was, all right, coming out the back door of the laundromat that was 2 stores up from the drugstore. Her purse was over one shoulder, and her arms were wrapped around a big black plastic bag. She was wearing shorts and sandals, her bare skin still spring white, and sunglasses on her pale face. He sure wished at that moment that he'd gotten around to apologizing to her. If he had, things would have been entirely different between them now, and she wouldn't be so angry, which was bound to cause trouble. And it did. "Stop that!" she was shouting at him. Eddie looked back at the dog, which was trying to get its jaws around the chicken carcass, which Eddie decided must actually be a turkey. It was such a big bugger. He aimed another kick at the dog, and this time he connected, and the dog yelped. "God damn it!" Eddie turned to the girl. She flung the plastic bag onto the ground, and her purse too, and started striding toward him. Eddie thought this was funny, because what the hell did she think she was going to do? "What are you going to do, hit me?" he said, grinning, his hands on his hips. She walked right up to him and slapped his face. Eddie didn't even think. He grabbed her by the shoulders and wrestled her across the lane and slammed her against the side of the Camaro. He could see that the breath was knocked out of her. "Bitch," he said. "Cunt." He considered hitting her. He could feel it in his fist, hear the sound of her nose crunching, see blood falling down her white face from under the lopsided sunglasses. But he didn't do this. He didn't even come close. He'd scare her a bit, that's all, he decided. "Don't you swear at me, bitch. Don't you smack me in the face." And he dry-humped her. That was all. That was all he did. Then he stepped back, thinking maybe she'd hit him again, and he was ready for that. But she didn't. She lifted a shaking hand to her face and straightened her sunglasses. Then she walked slowly back to where she dropped the plastic bag. Eddie watched uneasily as she pushed into the bag the clean clothes that had fallen out. Maybe I should help her, he thought. But then it was done, and she picked up the bag of laundry and her purse and walked unsteadily to the corner and around it, and then he couldn't see her any more. He turned back to the overturned garbage can. The dog was gone, and so was the turkey carcass. Eddie went into the drugstore through the back door and got a broom and swept up the garbage before he went home. That evening he sat at his kitchen table with a pad of lined paper and a pencil. He'd write it in pencil first so he could erase mistakes, and then he'd do a good copy in ballpoint pen. He didn't know for sure that she'd complain about him. In fact, she probably wouldn't. There was probably nothing at all for him to worry about. He knew he'd scared her, and she'd probably never set foot in the drugstore again. But every time he got to this point in his thinking, the next thought he had was, yeah, but she could phone up Harold or write him a letter. And he thought himself around that circle about 1,000,000 times, until finally it occurred to him that he could do this too. He could phone her up. or write to her, apologize, like Sylvia had told him to do. It wasn't too late. He wasn't absolutely sure, come to think of it, what he was supposed to have apologized for before. It was the damn girl who owed him an apology, Eddie thought, for insulting him in her house like she'd done. But now, yeah, he had to admit, now he had something to apologize for, too. He wasn't very good on the phone. He often got stammery and couldn't think of stuff to say. Besides, what if she didn't answer? What if somebody else, the person who lived in the messy room? What if that person answered? When Melanie got to the phone, the roommate would probably listen in. He could just see them cackling away together at his expense. So it would be better to write her a letter. It was tricky, though. He wasn't about to admit anything, not in writing. He was no dummy. He didn't know how to start the damn letter, either. What did he say to her? Dear Melanie? To hell with that. And he didn't know what the hell her last name was. Eddie pushed the notepad away from him so hard it landed on the floor. He sat there looking at the table that he'd covered with red and white striped oilcloth. After a while he got up and got himself a beer, and picked up the notepad and sat down again. Dear Melanie, he wrote, and then he crossed out the dear. Melanie. It sounded abrupt, but that was okay. He thought for a long time. Then he wrote, You were right. I shouldn't have kicked that dog. He read it, then read it aloud. It sounded okay, except it was too short. He thought some more. I cleaned up the garbage, he added. He read it again, from the beginning, out loud. It still wasn't quite long enough. I should have helped you with your stuff. Now it was a decent-sized letter. Yeah, that ought to do it, he thought, and he signed his name, Eddie Addison. He liked his name. It was a good name. He folded the letter and put it in an envelope and wrote Melanie on the front. That wasn't so hard after all, he thought, feeling a lot better, putting the envelope in his jacket pocket. He'd drop it off at her house before going to work tomorrow. He poked around in his fridge, trying to decide what to have for dinner. If she got it tomorrow, which was Tuesday, and answered it right away, well, it would depend on whether she mailed it or delivered it to the drugstore herself, but one way or the other he figured to have her answer by Friday at the absolute latest. Eddie got out some leftover spaghetti, the spaghetti and the sauce all mixed up together, and dumped it into a saucepan. He wondered what kind of paper she'd write it on. Maybe it would be perfumed. They sold perfumed stationery at the drugstore. Maybe it would have her initials on it. Maybe it would even have her whole name and address on it at the top, and then he'd get to know her last name. Eddie heated up his spaghetti and sliced 2 pieces of whole wheat bread to eat with it. He'd show her answer to Sylvia, he thought. It would please Sylvia a lot. Chapter 11. I'm sorry, Em, but I have to go into the office for a while today. Emma, looking up from her toast and marmalade, made a moo of disapproval. Charlie, it's Saturday. They were sitting at the dining-room table in intermittent sunshine. The cutlery glinted. Then the light rapidly faded, and the silverware dulled, became pewter. I know, but we've got a big meeting on Monday. I want to be sure I'm ready for it. That explains the way you're dressed, then. Emma was in a pink quilted housecoat, and her hair was tied back from her face with a pink ribbon, and there were pink mules on her feet. But Charlie was wearing brown wool slacks and a cream-colored shirt. No tie, but his brown loafers were brushed, as usual, thanks to Emma, to a scintillating shine. Charlie, she put down her coffee cup, why don't I come with you? I could spend the day at Park Royal. Not much point, hon. I won't be long. We could shop together then, when you're through, or have lunch, or dinner. He tossed his napkin on the table. I'm sorry, Emma, but this meeting is all I've got on my mind today. He looked at his watch. Better get going. I want to make the 11 o'clock ferry. She walked him to the door, where he slipped into a sport jacket and picked up his briefcase, which was waiting next to the umbrella stand. "You're flushed, Charlie." She placed her hand on his forehead. "I think you're feverish again." He removed her hand and leaned down to kiss her cheek. "I'm fine, Emma." He opened the door. "When do you think you'll be home?" "It depends," said Charlie. He went down the walk to his car, which was parked in front of the house, behind Emma's. She watched, shivering, while he unlocked the driver's door. He opened it and then stood still, looking at her across the roof of the car. "Have you forgotten something?" she called out. Charlie shook his head. He tossed his briefcase in the back seat and gave her a little wave. Emma waved back and stood on the porch, half hidden behind the open door, until he'd driven off. She wished he'd told her about this earlier. She was sure that if she'd been dressed and all ready, he would have let her go with him. She felt terrible now, pouty. Her day was all out of shape. Usually they went grocery shopping together on Saturday and picked up a movie and some take-out food for the evening. She cleared the table and washed the dishes by hand. There were too few of them to bother loading up the dishwasher. Back at the dining table, she leaned on her hands and looked out at the day. The sun had retreated, apparently for good. Cherry blossoms spilled their petals into the wind. Emma roamed the house for a few minutes, then went into the bedroom to dress and put on her makeup. By the time she'd finished this, it was 11 o'clock. Charlie would be on the ferry, probably in the cafeteria, hunched over a cup of coffee, absorbed in papers taken from his briefcase. She looked into the mirror, checking her makeup. Then she reached for her new bracelet and snapped it around her wrist. In the kitchen, Emma made a shopping list, checked her wallet to determine how much cash she needed, collected library books due to be returned, and put into a plastic bag 2 sweaters and a dress to take to the cleaner. Then she left the house, locking the door behind her, and walked out to her car. The day was cold and gusty, and Emma almost went back for her down jacket. But she was wearing jeans, and her dark blue sweater was thick and warm. She'd be all right. It was almost noon when she parked in front of the supermarket that occupied one end of Seaschelt's small shopping mall. Charlie would be in his office by now. He'd probably be the only one there. That company, she thought, would be 10 times more successful if everyone connected with it were as conscientious as Charlie was. It was located in a building adjacent to the Park Royal Shopping Center and consisted of a small, tastefully decorated reception area, offices for each of the 2 partners, another for the secretary and the office clerk who worked for both of them, washrooms, a storeroom that also served as a work area, and a boardroom. Emma had often been there, of course, though not lately, she realized, laying claim to a shopping cart somebody had abandoned in the parking lot. She thought about the photograph of herself that stood in a leather frame on Charlie's desk. It had been taken 3 years earlier, when her hair was a lot shorter. Perhaps she'd give him a new one for his birthday. The only reason she shopped on Saturdays was so that she and Charlie could do it together. The stores were far too crowded on Saturdays, even in Seaschelt. Shopping on Saturday was not a pleasant occasion if you had to do it alone. She found herself flinging things petulantly into her cart, having apparently forsaken her grocery list. Cans of things, cuts of meat and poultry, frozen foods, dairy products, fresh vegetables and fruits. She kept tossing things in there until the buggy was half full. She leafed through the new chatelaine while waiting in line at the checkout counter, but kept a wary eye on the toddler in the cart ahead of hers, who was clutching a chocolate bar and waving it around erratically. Emma was quite sure chocolate bars weren't good for children that age. His mother looked harassed, and Emma suddenly felt a flood of gratitude. When she and Charlie had a baby, she'd be able to hire somebody to help her. And she'd get right back to normal in her body, too. she thought, watching the overweight mother load grocery bags into her cart. Evidently unaware that her offspring was leaning over to watch and, in the process, smearing chocolate bar on his mother's shoulder. She'd diet and exercise, and soon you wouldn't be able to tell, looking at her, that Emma had ever given birth. The wind was blowing strong when Emma came out of the store. People were hunching their shoulders against it and hurrying to their cars. Emma's hair blew wildly as she struggled to push the shopping cart to her car. When the groceries were stowed away in the hatchback, she got in, started the motor, turned on the heater, and sat there shivering for a few minutes, unwilling to drive until she felt warmer. The thought of going straight home was not appealing. She'd have lunch out. She drove to a restaurant that looked out over the ocean and wondered what Charlie was doing for lunch. Probably he wasn't having any, she thought. Watching the waves whipped up by the wind, he was careless about meals when he was absorbed in his work. But if he skipped lunch, he'd be finished sooner and home sooner. She had a Greek salad, pushing chunks of red onion to the side. She didn't want to greet Charlie with onion on her breath. It was almost 2 o'clock when she got home, but the day was so gray and threatening that she turned on all the lights in the house. She took her time putting the groceries away. Then she dumped the contents of the clothes hamper into the washer, added laundry soap, and turned on the machine. She watered the few plants the house contained, did some ironing, swept the kitchen floor, and emptied the wastebaskets. Finally she had a long hot bath, drowsing in the perfumed water. He'd probably caught the 3:30 ferry, thought Emma, toweling herself dry, which would be pulling into the dock at Langdale just after 4, right about now. She could expect him in about a half an hour then. She put on her black lounging robe, made up her face, clasped the bracelet around her wrist, and stepped out into the hall. She heard the wind, much stronger than before, and was amazed at the blackness of the sky. It had begun to rain, too. She heard it on the roof, sharp and angry, like toenails scrabbling for purchase on the shingles. Emma went to the phone and called Charlie's office, although he didn't like to receive personal calls at work, but there was no answer. She hadn't expected any, of course. He was almost certainly on his way home. He would drive slowly because the weather was bad, and might take twice as long to get here as usual, which would make it 5 o'clock before she could start expecting him. The road out of Langdale was narrow and twisty, and there was that terrible hairpin hill, the other side of Gibson's. She was worrying. Of course she was worrying. It was perfectly natural to worry. She turned on the television and made herself a pot of tea. She realized that she was shivering again and adjusted the thermostat. Emma watched the news and drank her tea, and in the middle of the sports report the power went off. She was calm, though. She lit several candles and started a fire in the fireplace. The unseasonable storm raged outside, and she was unable to do anything but imagine Charlie in a variety of road accidents. Halfway through the evening, she called her friend Lorraine in Vancouver. "Charlie hasn't come home," she told her. Lorraine laughed. "Lucky you." Emma waited, and in a moment Lorraine apologized. "Those are gale-force winds out there," she said to Emma. "It's one of the worst spring storms in history. That's what they said on the news. He's probably pulled over somewhere, don't you think? Whatever else I may think of Charlie," she added, "the man's not a dunce." "But he would have called me," said Emma. She was imagining Lorraine in her snug ground-floor apartment on Dunbar Street. "Did you phone him at work?" "Yes, there was no answer." Lorraine would be slouched back in her Scandinavian chair, smoking a cigarette and probably drinking scotch. Emma focused all her concentration on this image, dredging up disapproval. "Em, you're really worried, aren't you?" "Yes, I am." Lorraine was a junior high school teacher. She said her job fulfilled her almost completely. She said she was only a little bit resentful of Emma because she was married and didn't have to work. She always smiled when she said this because they both knew that Lorraine had no desire at all to be married. She said she'd had enough of family life, growing up in a household with 3 older brothers. "Phone the hospitals," said Lorraine. "As soon as they tell you he isn't there, you'll feel better." So Emma did this, and Lorraine was right. She did feel better, knowing that a person of Charlie's description had not been admitted to either the Gibsons or the Seashelt Hospital. She poured another cup of tea, put more wood on the fire, and curled again into the oversized easy-chair, from which she could see outside through the window and the front door, with its glass pane at eye level. But what if he'd had an accident on the other side of Howe Sound, between West Vancouver and Horseshoe Bay, she suddenly thought. He'd be taken to where? And then she thought, what if he was dead? What if the accident killed him? Where would they take him then? She found herself standing up, rubbing the palms of her hands against her sides, staring outside at the black, blustery night. The candles flickered twice, in the living room and in the window glass. Emma pulled the drapes closed and picked up the telephone again. But this time it was dead. "I'd like to know," said the civilian, "if you've had reports on any automobile accidents tonight." "You got somebody out on the road in this weather?" said RCMP Corporal Ken Coomer sympathetically. "Can you give me that information?" She smoothed her hand over her blonde hair, flicking rainwater onto the floor. The phone rang. "Excuse me," said the constable, and he looked over his shoulder toward Corporal Sanducci, who got up from Sid Sokolovsky's desk and approached the counter. "Can I help you, ma'am?" Emma leaned toward him, spreading her hands. The wide silver bracelet on her right wrist made a soft clunking sound as it struck the countertop. "I'm very worried about my husband. I don't know what to do." She was dry-eyed, but her voice trembled, and Sanducci figured she wasn't usually so pale. He opened the gate. "First of all, come on through here and sit down and let me get you a cup of horrific coffee. What do you take in it?" "Nothing," said Emma. "Black." Sanducci, handing her the coffee, noticed the bathrobe under her raincoat and the backless black slippers on her feet. She was wearing eye makeup and lipstick, though these had not been recently applied. "My phone went dead," she said, holding the mug with both hands, "or I would have called you instead of coming down here." "Sure," said Sanducci, nodding. "He was supposed to be home for dinner, about 4 or 5. He went to Vancouver this morning, West Vancouver, to his office." Sanducci waited, but she had nothing more to say. "What with the storm and all," he said, "don't you think he might have decided to stay overnight?" "He would have called me. He would have." "But your phone's dead." "Yes, it is now, but it wasn't, and the storm started earlier. If he'd decided to stay over there, he would have called me." Sanducci nodded. "Well, first of all, you'll be glad to know we've had no reports of serious accidents, so you can put that out of your mind. But why don't you give me a description of your husband's car anyway, and I'll put it out on the radio." Emma did this. "Good," said Sanducci. "Now, if one of our patrol cars spots it, they'll pull him over and let him know you're concerned, okay?" "I knew he was going to die," she said. "It was only a matter of time." "I beg your pardon, ma'am?" She was looking straight at him. Usually, Sanducci liked it when an attractive woman gazed into his eyes. He knew he appealed to women, but this woman wasn't actually seeing him at all. He didn't think she'd know him if she met him the next day on the street. "I probably won't actually die of grief," she was saying in all seriousness, "but I don't see how I can live either." "I think you're being unduly pessimistic here," Sanducci protested uncomfortably. "I mean, I guess I'll go on doing things, but once I've done them, will they really have been done?" Ma'am, we've got no reason to think that anything's happened to your husband. Do you understand what I mean? She looked away, over toward Ken Coomer, manning the telephone. I can't say I do, ma'am, no, said Sanducci politely. Emma stood up and held out her hand. Thank you for your concern. Sanducci shook her hand, which was small and cold. Why don't I phone somebody for you? She was moving through the gate toward the door. A friend or a relative. Ma'am? Ma'am? Emma sat in the easy chair all night. When Sunday morning dawned, she put on her jeans and a red sweater, cleaned her face, opened the drapes. The storm had passed, but the power didn't come back on until early afternoon. The phone was working again by evening. But Emma didn't call anybody. She waited. Occasionally, she took note of her calmness. She put the washing in the dryer, and when it was ready, folded the clothes. She made macaroni and cheese for dinner, and then scraped it into the garbage. She left the porch light on, and every so often she picked up the telephone to make sure it was still operating. It rained all day, but there was no wind. She spent Sunday night in bed, but she didn't sleep. Monday morning Emma got up, drank some coffee, got dressed, and made the bed. At exactly 9 o'clock, she phoned Charlie's office. I'd like to speak to Mr. Aubray, please. She thought for a moment that the phone had gone dead again, but was aware of sounds. Hello? Hello? Did you hear me? It's Mrs. Aubray calling. I'd like to speak to my husband. Mrs. Aubray, said the receptionist, breathless. I'm sorry, your husband... Emma closed her eyes and pressed her hand against her chest, trying to stifle the beating of her heart. I'm sorry, I thought you knew. Mr. Aubray doesn't work here anymore. Emma opened her eyes. She lifted her right hand and turned it, watching the bracelet gleam, a silver handcuff around her wrist. I beg your pardon? Friday was his last day, the receptionist stammered. He quit. I thought you knew. Chapter 12. When Friday came, Eddie still hadn't received an answer to his letter, and this made him totally fed up. Melanie was a girl with the manners of a pig. But he couldn't afford to let himself get mad, even though he had every right to. He had to figure out what it meant, that she hadn't answered him. Did it mean she couldn't be bothered with him? Because even though this would be mortifying and would make him mad as hell, it would be good, since it would also probably mean she couldn't be bothered to complain about him. On the other hand, though, ignoring his letter might mean she was plotting something. She was spiteful enough to be doing that all right, getting her revenge, he was sure of it, and you certainly wouldn't write a letter to a person you were plotting against. He would have dearly liked to consult with Sylvia, and he thought he ought to be able to do this, too. After all, he had apologized, just like she told him to do. But then he knew he'd have to tell her about what happened in the alley, and warning bells clanged and danger sirens went off whenever he thought about that. So he ended up doing what he knew all along he'd do if things didn't straighten themselves out, and that was to call up Gardner. He'd gone to high school with Gardner. They'd hung out together then, and they still did. Gardner made Eddie nervous, but he was a comfort, too, because he always knew what to do about stuff. Eddie sometimes didn't like the particular solutions Gardner came up with, but they were sure as hell better than no solutions at all. So he called him up, and Gardner came over, and right away he turned on the hockey game. Eddie got them cans of beer, and he put out some chips and a thing of dip he'd bought at the Safeway, and they sat there drinking and eating and watching the game. Eddie figured he'd wait until the first period was over before bringing up his problem. It was a playoff game, and the Canucks were in the playoffs, and Gardner was very hot on the Canucks. At the first break, though, Vancouver was ahead by 1 goal, and Gardner was too wrapped up in the game to think about anything else. "I gotta take a piss," he said, when the commercials came on, and that's the only thing he said that wasn't about hockey. Eddie knew he might as well resign himself to sitting through the whole damn game before he got to talk about his situation. Fortunately, the Canucks won. Gardner could get in a hell of a rage if things didn't go right for him, or for his hockey team, or his football team, or, sometimes, his friends. As soon as he turned off the television, Eddie said, just blurting it out, "Gardner, I got a problem." Gardner was sprawled out on the sofa, drinking his 4th beer. He was a tall, skinny guy, with so much energy it didn't matter how much he ate, he never put on a pound. It was like his motor was revving all the time, using up gas, whether he was moving or just spinning his wheels. He had big teeth and very light-colored hair, so that when he didn't shave, there was no shadow on his face. It just looked dusty. "What kind of a problem?" "Kind of a woman-type problem." Gardner guffawed and put on a leer, and Eddie waited patiently while he joked around and offered various crude kinds of help. Then Eddie shook his head. "It's not that kind of problem. This woman's giving me some trouble." And he told Gardner all about it. "And you send her a note? You stupid weasel. What a dumb thing to do. You ain't going to get no respect that way." Eddie was pretty sure Sylvia would have approved of the note. "She didn't answer it," he confessed. "Of course she didn't answer it," said Gardner. He squeezed up his eyes and looked at Eddie like he didn't believe what he was seeing. "You thought she'd answer it?" He clutched himself around the middle and fell off the sofa laughing. Eddie had had enough. He hadn't waited around all evening watching a damn hockey game while he was so worried it felt like there were big insects in his stomach eating away at him, just to get laughed at. He stomped out to the kitchen and started throwing beer cans into a brown paper bag. Pretty soon Gardner came out there, too, and leaned against the edge of the doorway. Okay. So what do you want from me?" "I want your advice. I want you to tell me what to do." Gardner heaved a sigh and pulled out a chair. "I don't get it. What are you scared of? What do you think's going to happen to you, for shit's sake?" Eddie turned around from the sink, which he'd been cleaning with baking soda. He'd given up buying Old Dutch and stuff like that because of the environment, though he hadn't been able to figure out exactly why Old Dutch wasn't as good for the environment as baking soda was. "I think she might tell Harold," he said. "She could get me in a lot of trouble." He sat down across the table from Gardner. "She could get me fired," he said heavily, rubbing at his right eye, where a sty was growing in the lid. "I can't have something else get on my work record, Gardner. I'd be like doomed if that happens." Gardner looked at him thoughtfully. "Give me another beer, will you?" Eddie got him a beer. "You ought to throw a scare into her," said Gardner. He nodded. "Yeah, show her not to fuck with you." "Yeah, well, I already did that, didn't I?" "You gotta do it again, like a 1-2 punch, you know," said Gardner, jabbing at the air. "Scare the piss right out of her." "Well, but how?" Gardner shot him a sly glance. "I'll do it for you if you want." "No," Eddie said quickly. "No, that's okay." "You can't go through your life letting yourself get pussy-whipped, Ed." "I'm not. I don't," Eddie protested. Then he started getting angry again. "You know I don't, Gardner. You damn know that." Yeah, I know. Sorry." He gave Eddie a wink. "We're buddies, right? So I gotta watch out for you. Gotta make sure you're on the straight and narrow." He was overcome by another fit of laughter, which made his face red and his eyes bright, and when it was over, he stood up quickly, like he did everything, and slapped Eddie on the shoulder. "Come on, show me where she lives. We'll work on a plan." Chapter 13. Alberg's phone had awakened him at 1:30 in the morning. He thought it was work, but as he picked up the receiver he thought, it might not be work. It might be Diana or Janie or even Maura. The most likely thing of all never even occurred to him. "Alberg," he said. It wasn't work, it was his mother. The skies over London, Ontario, were leaden when he arrived there late in the afternoon, and the white stuff drifting down the following morning wasn't the petals of cherry blossoms. "It won't stick," said Alberg's mother. "It's supposed to be spring," said Alberg. "How quickly we forget," said his mother with a wry glance at him. "It is spring, Martin. In Ontario sometimes, in springtime, it snows." She was the only person left in the world who called him by his first name. Alberg's mother lived in a large yellow brick house built in 1895 that still had its original woodwork. It was set at an angle on a corner lot where wide, tree-lined streets converged. Alberg had always loved it, even though he'd never lived there. His parents had bought it after he left home. His father's death had been expected. And yet Alberg was discovering that he hadn't expected it at all. He'd prowled the house last night, looking into every room, as if hoping to find his father there. He'd noticed while making his explorations that his parents had had a water bed installed in their bedroom. He pondered it for quite a while, and finally decided they had bought it for its salubrious qualities. Alberg was an only child, and he felt responsible for this event, his father's funeral, but he kept disbelieving it, the whole damn situation. His father dead, having to dispose of him somehow, the need to protect his mother from the armies of friends and relations who kept marching up the walk to pay their respects. He had been so clumsy and ungracious carrying out this last duty that his mother now wouldn't allow him to answer the door, or the phone either. "I wish you'd come back and live with me when this is over," he said to her. "You'd like Seashelt." "I'm sure I would. I'm sure it's beautiful. But I don't want to live anywhere but here." He was immensely relieved to hear this. What on earth would he have done with her? His elderly mother. If she'd said, "Yes, I'll come and live with you." "I'm prepared for this, you know, Martin. He's been sick for a long time. We talked about it, about what was going to happen when he died." Alberg, sitting next to his mother on the window seat, shuffled his feet uneasily. "I know what he wants to happen now, the funeral and the burial and all, and we talked about what's best for me now, too." "It's such a big place, though," said Alberg, looking around the spacious living room, squinting up at the ceiling. "Somebody else cleans it, somebody else does the garden." She put a hand over his. He looked down at it, gnarled and liver-spotted, misshapen by arthritis. "It's what I want, Martin. I want to stay right where I am." The window looked out onto a veranda that encircled the house. In the summer, a porch swing stood out there. His parents had liked to sit in it, side by side, gently swinging, watching the corner where two streets crossed, watching cars purr slowly along, watching people strolling, watching the squirrels and the birds and the evening light that slanted golden through the trees. Would she sit there alone this summer? Would she trade in the two-seater for a single? Or would the veranda be empty in the summer evenings to come? "Maybe you could visit me for a while in the summer. I'd like that a lot," said Alberg, and this he meant. She squeezed his hand and patted it. "Maybe." Maura and his daughters arrived the following morning, and Alberg picked them up at the Toronto airport in his rented car. He hadn't seen Maura since her remarriage the previous summer. He gave Janie and Diana a big hug each and offered Maura a friendly kiss on the cheek. "You've put on some weight," he said to her. "It suits you." Maura apparently didn't think so. "How's your mother?" she asked him while they waited for the bags. "She's good. She's actually really good." There was a small anteroom with 3 pews, one behind the other, and that was where the family was supposed to sit. Alberg stationed himself at the end of the first pew. He could see his father's casket through the archway that led into the chapel. His mother was next to him, then Maura, then Diana, and at the far end of the pew, Janie. His father had been one of 7 children, but he had outlived all his brothers and sisters. There were some cousins left. They sat behind Alberg, along with his mother's younger sister, June, and her 2 sons. The chapel was packed with people. Alberg had been taken aback at the size of the crowd. He had forgotten, temporarily, his father's long history in this place, and Alberg's own, much shorter one, had come to seem almost irrelevant in the rapid sweep of his life towards sea-shelt and middle age. Squeezed into the hard wooden pew, he felt resentful and disoriented. He folded his arms and let his head sink into his neck, willing his mind elsewhere, trying not to hear the organ music, the words of the minister, the occasional sniffles of grief coming from behind him. His mother sat straight and still, wearing a black coat and a small black hat with a little veil. Somewhat to Alberg's surprise, she'd had her hair done the day before. It was white and curly. Her gloved hands rested quietly in her lap. Alberg decided he ought to be remembering things about his father. He began ransacking his mind for memories and came up with bizarre, disquieting images. His father's face invisible behind a cloud of smoke from his pipe. His father stretching his arms into the branches of a tree, reaching for a bird's nest. His father's tall, lean frame disappearing into a hole in a frozen river. His father watching a porno flick, his face impassive. These were not memories. Then what the hell were they? Alberg tried to push his dead parent out of his mind. There was a zinging sound in his head. He wondered if he was getting the flu or working up to a heart attack. He wanted to hold somebody's hand. Suddenly there was organ music again. People began standing up. Everybody in his pew was standing up now, so finally he stood up too. "Follow me, Martin," said his mother. Speechless, he did so. He heard Diana whisper to Maura, "Do we have to go, Mom?" "Yes," said Maura curtly, and they formed a line behind him. "Where the hell are we going?" thought Alberg, trailing after his mother. This is how they got people into the gas chambers, he thought. She was, he knew, leading him to the casket. He trudged along behind her, out of the anteroom, through the archway, and onto the stage where the casket was displayed. At least it felt like a stage to Alberg. He was going on stage in somebody's goddamn play, but nobody had told him what to do when he got there. He waited while his mother said whatever she had to say to her husband, and then she moved on, and he found himself staring down at his father, who was of course pale and waxen, and not his father at all. He had nothing whatsoever to say to this apparition, so he moved on, too, and replaced his steps back to the anteroom, where he waited for the rest of his family to file past and have a look. After this we have food, he thought, visualizing the dining-room table in his mother's house, covered with a white linen cloth. There were a lot of people looking after that aspect of things. He didn't have to think about that. His family was now reassembled in the anteroom. "What's next?" said Alberg to his mother. "We go out to the graveyard," she said, and turned to the door that led outside. "Right," said Alberg, moving to follow her. But all strength had left his limbs. He stumbled, clutched at the doorframe, and saw his daughters, his ex-wife, through a blur of tears. They were looking at him in shock. Diana shrank back, and Maura put a protective arm around her shoulders. Then Janey rushed to him and took his arm. He would never forget the strength and confidence in her voice. "It's okay, Daddy. You're okay." The next morning he drove them back to the airport and saw them off on the plane to Calgary. He decided to spend a couple of hours in Toronto before returning to London, and called his mother to tell her that. The phone rang 4 times, and he was about to hang up when the answering machine clicked on. "You have reached the home of Eileen and William Alberg," said his father's voice. Please leave a message, and we'll return your call as soon as possible." Alberg listened to the silence that followed the beep. He was, for a moment, prepared to believe in anything. Chapter 14. It was very early Tuesday morning. The day was already bright. There was almost no traffic on 4th Avenue. The sky was absolutely clear, free of the yellow-brown haze that too often hovered over Vancouver. Petals fluttered down from the double pink blossoms of the ornamental cherry trees that bordered this section of the avenue. They had collected thickly in the gutter, drifts of pink petals, concealing whatever dirt and litter might be huddling there. They had scattered themselves along the sidewalk in front of the gourmet coffee store, and the shop that sold nothing but buttons, and the children's clothing boutique. There was a thin layer of them, too, on the roof of the bronze Camaro, parked in front of the bookstore. It was just past 6 o'clock. None of the shops was open. Several blocks away, Melanie Franklin emerged from her house, wearing a light jacket, black slacks, and a white shirt, with an enormous carryall slung over her shoulder. She closed the door softly behind her and hurried down the steps, along the cracked sidewalk, and through a gate in the 6-foot-high laurel hedge. On 4th Avenue, Eddie Addison, sitting in his Camaro, looked again at his watch. He had decided against the plan Gardner had come up with Friday night, which was to spray obscenities on the front of the house Melanie lived in. Gardner hadn't liked having his plan rejected. He'd become suddenly bored and gone home. And Eddie had thought very hard, and finally, 3 days later, he'd come up with a plan of his own. Eddie was hidden behind sunglasses and a straw hat with a wide brim. He planned to remove his disguise at the last minute, because he didn't want to disguise himself from the girl, only from anybody else who happened to be hanging around. But there wasn't anybody else hanging around. Melanie walked quickly through her neighborhood, where the waxy white magnolias were in bloom, and the dogwood trees, too, and lilacs, and rhododendrons, and azaleas. Eddie, sitting upright behind the wheel, his hands on his thighs, cleared his throat nervously. Occasionally a vehicle passed him, and twice during the hour and a half he'd been waiting, a bus had trundled by, but no pedestrians. At a cross street, Melanie looked north to catch a glimpse of English Bay, and beyond it, the North Shore Mountains. The sea was very blue today. She took one more look. Maybe she'd take her studying to the beach this afternoon, and turned south, toward 4th Avenue. Eddie turned the key in the ignition, glanced into his rear-view mirror, and pulled the Camaro out into the street. He drove west very slowly, barely moving, whispering to himself fast and urgently. He had to time things just right. He'd worked it out in his head over and over again. It would be a maneuver, like when the army was showing off, and part of the show was the motorcyclists doing those crossover things, one line of bikes crossing through the middle of another line of bikes. It would need that kind of split-second timing, and Eddie knew he had it. 2 blocks ahead, he saw her emerge from one of the cross streets. She looked casually left and right and started across the avenue. The Camaro shot forward, gathering speed. He'd whisk past her real close, give her a little nudge, a little bounce off the fender. She saw the car coming and hesitated, unable to decide which way to run. Everything was happening very fast, but Eddie's thinking was keeping up with it. As she loomed bigger and bigger in his windshield, he knew she wouldn't just stand there forever. She'd break to one side or the other. He had to guess right here, or he was going to screw everything up. And although she was almost dead center in the road, she was a little bit closer to the right-hand sidewalk than the left-hand one, and Eddie guessed she'd run to the right. He aimed a little bit to the left, just as she made her move. The car struck her. Eddie kept on going. Melanie's body was flung into the air. The street was quiet again. in the early spring morning. The breeze lifted a few strands of Melanie's hair and rustled the pages of a textbook that had spilled from her carry-all. Some of her blood trickled out from under her head and moved hesitantly across the avenue, but it stopped before it reached the drifts of pink petals in the gutter. Chapter 15. "It sounds like he's had some kind of breakdown," Bernie offered. "Yes, that's what's in my mind, too," said Emma. "A breakdown." It sounded reassuringly ordinary. Some piece of the mental machinery had gone temporarily awry. They'd laugh about it later, when the appropriate repairs had been made. "That's probably what it is," said Bernie, nodding. She was sitting very straight in a kitchen chair, with a mug of coffee steaming on the table in front of her. Bernie came on Tuesdays and Thursdays for half a day, to do the heavy work. Emma combed her hair back from her face with her fingers. "Whatever it is that's happened, Bernie, he needs me. He surely does." Bernie's face, crisscrossed with hundreds of tiny lines, was full of worry. It was a comforting sight. Every time Emma thought of Bernie, the phrase "nut-brown maiden" flickered through her mind, even though Bernie at 58 was far from being a maiden. "Bernie, another thing's occurred to me. What if he's got amnesia?" This was a terrifying concept. Surely he would then be truly lost to her. Bernie drank some coffee while she thought this over. Emma watched her intently. She was tough and sturdy, Bernie was, incapable of being horrified. "He'll have identification on him, though," said Bernie with satisfaction. "So it won't matter if he loses his memory. He'll still be able to figure out who he is." Emma nodded. "That's true. And once he'd found his way back to her, she would reclaim him, as she had once before, with love and unswerving devotion. Even if he never remembered the past they'd shared, together they'd make a new future for themselves. It wouldn't be the first time. "When was the last time you ate?" "I don't know." Bernie stood up and went to the fridge. Emma didn't protest. She'd let Bernie fix her some breakfast. She'd even try to eat it, because it was important to keep up her strength. "What should I do, Bernie? What would you do in my position?" She played with the rings on her fingers, the gold wedding band and the jade ring she wore on her right hand. She picked them out herself. The silver bracelet, too. All she had to do was ask for something, and it was hers. Bernie put 2 strips of bacon on a double layer of paper towels and popped them into the microwave oven. "He's a missing person, your man is." "Well, Bernie, I don't know if you could call him missing exactly." Bernie fixed Emma with her beady black gaze. "He ain't at his home. He's quit his work. He ain't phoned you. He's been gone 48 hours. That's missing." Emma bent her head. Missing person. The poignancy of the phrase struck at her heart. "I got a man I do for," said Bernie, dropping the whole wheat bread into the toaster. "He's a policeman. He's the head man over there. He's the fella to see." "Maybe," said Emma, pushing crumbs around on the tabletop. Where did they come from anyway, those crumbs? "Maybe he's in the crawl space." She looked up at Bernie. "I read a book once about somebody who took up residence in a crawl space, and the people in the house didn't know he was there for ages." "You got a basement here." She plucked the bacon from the microwave and blotted it with more paper towels. "Maybe he's in the basement, then." Bernie poured a large glass of orange juice from a pitcher in the fridge. "Go have a look if you think it's likely." Emma shook her head. Bernie buttered toast and made a sandwich with the bacon. She sliced it in half, put it on a plate, and set Emma's breakfast in front of her. "Eat." To make her happy, Emma picked up the glass of juice. The first sip ignited hunger so intense it was intolerable. She drained the glass in a series of ravenous gulps, her mouth full of the voluptuous taste of oranges, warmed by a summer sun. Her concentration on this sensation was absolute. When she set down the glass, she was out of breath, almost dizzy. She licked her lips and turned to the sandwich and devoured it, chomping warm toast and crunchy bacon, pausing only once to drink a glass of milk that Bernie set down before her. When she finished, she sat back and pushed the plate away from her. Butter was smeared on her mouth like lipstick. Bernie was nodding approvingly. Emma sat there, trying to decide how she felt and whether there were any thoughts in her head. "You live alone, don't you, Bernie?" "I do." "What's it like?" "I like it." Bernie put Emma's dishes in the sink and turned on the water. "Do you get lonely?" Bernie considered this while squirting detergent onto the dishes. "Nope." "Never?" "Never." Emma pushed herself slowly up from the table. "I'm going to town." Bernie looked at her quickly. "To do what?" "I'm going to Charlie's office." "You should be going to see Mr. Alberg, my policeman. That's what you should be doing." "I will, Bernie. I'll do it later." She tore off a square of paper toweling and wiped her mouth. "But first I have to see if he took my picture with him." "And what'll it mean if he did or if he didn't?" Emma put her arms around Bernie and rested her cheek against Bernie's artificially auburn hair. "I don't know." Chapter 16. "No, no, 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 no," said Eddie over and over. He sped along the street, and she vanished behind him, into his past. Except that she didn't. She hadn't looked like anything made of flesh. She'd bounced up into the air like a big doll, her arms flailing. And the bag thing she was carrying went one way, and she went another, toppled down like a tree hit by an axe, or a deer felled by a rifle shot, except not powerfully and prettily like a tree falls or a deer. The Camaro had flung her into the air. He hadn't expected that, hadn't meant that. The Camaro had actually hit her, struck her with a force that he'd felt behind the wheel. He hadn't expected that. Now he was afraid she might be hurt, and he hadn't intended to hurt her, only scare her. Yet he was not exactly proud of himself, but satisfied with what he'd done, because he'd done it on his own, solved his problem himself. He hadn't needed Gardner to do it for him. He felt excited and stern and full of righteousness. And nobody had seen him either, except the girl, of course. She'd seen his car all right. Eddie pulled the Camaro over to the curb, because something was bothering him. She'd seen his car, yeah, but she didn't know it was his car. How was she supposed to know what kind of a car he drove? He conjured up her face, turned toward the sound of the Camaro racing toward her, and saw it get bigger and bigger, and saw confusion on it, and then fear, but no recognition. He banged the steering wheel and shouted, "She didn't know it was me!" He banged it again, and then he remembered his disguise, the sunglasses and the big hat. "Shit," he said, and tore them off. He threw the Camaro into gear and hooked a U-turn, heading back the way he'd come. He had to get to her before she limped off to call the damn cops. He had to let her know who it was who'd hit her, because unless she knew who, she wouldn't know why. And what was the point of that? He saw her from more than a block away. She was still lying on the pavement. She wasn't moving. He stopped in the middle of the street and stared intently through the windshield. He thought he saw her begin to stir, and relief stood on tiptoe, waiting to take over. But it was only some pages of a book ruffling in the wind. Eddie turned right and drove slowly around the block. He felt dazed, bewildered. She must have been hurt worse than he'd thought. But why was she just lying there? If she didn't drag herself up off the street soon, some lunatic was going to come along and run right over her, squash her flat. Now he was approaching from the east, like he had only a few minutes earlier, and he glanced to the north as if expecting to see her emerge from the cross street. "Let's take this again," he heard someone say, "and let's get it right this time." But that was only in his imagination. In real life, she was still lying in the street. He saw the bag with books in it. He saw one of her shoes, a black shoe, a loafer. It had come right off her foot. He pulled over to the curb a block away and watched her. Soon a car came along from the west, and almost at the same moment somebody came out of the apartment building across the street. The car braked hard, and the driver jumped out and ran over to her, and so did the guy coming out of the building. The two of them leaned over her. The driver put his hand on her neck. Then they both straightened up, and the guy from the apartment building went back there, walking slowly, his hands jerking at the sides of his body like they wanted to be holding on to something. The driver took off his jacket then and put it over the top part of her body, covering up her head. Eddie felt like he was 500 years old. He pulled out and moved off up the street, and at Alma Street he turned, and a few blocks later he turned again, and he drove east on Broadway, weeping. Chapter 17. "I've come to see my husband's office," said Emma. The young woman behind the desk was leafing briskly through the contents of a file folder she was holding on her lap. She looked up inquiringly. When she recognized Emma, she jerked to her feet, and the folder emptied itself upon the floor. "Hello," said Emma, pleasantly. "Hello, Mrs. O'Bray." The receptionist, clearly flustered, began picking up papers. Emma moved toward the hall. Mrs. O'Bray," said the receptionist quickly, "I'm really sorry, but I don't think... Could you wait till Mr. Carlson's back from lunch?" She was wearing stiletto heels and a skirt that barely covered her thighs, and she looked deservedly ungraceful, scrabbling around on the carpeted floor among the fallen papers. "No," said Emma. "I'm afraid I can't." She went down the hall to Charlie's office. His window offered a view of Park Royal. Her photograph was gone from the top of his desk. Emma closed the door behind her and leaned on it for a moment. Except for the photograph, everything was as it had been the last time she was here, which had to have been more than a year ago, she thought, calculating, before their 5th anniversary. There were 2 large Emily Carr prints on the walls, one above a long, low bookcase, the other near a grouping of 2 easy chairs, a standing lamp, and a coffee table. The bookcase was still full of books. Emma went near and studied the titles, but all of them had to do with insurance and insurance law. The top of his desk was bare, but then it almost always was, except for Emma's photograph, when he wasn't actually working at it. She sat in the swivel chair and looked down at the desktop. There were eraser crumbs on it, inexplicable, like the crumbs on the kitchen table. Emma opened drawers slowly, one after another. Each was empty. She sat back in the chair and rested her hands on the arms. There was a light knock on the door, and Peter Carlson came in. Emma noticed that he left the door open. "Emma, you should have told us you were coming." "Why?" "Well, because," he stammered, "because we could have had lunch or something." Emma had always thought of him as a kindly man. She had never met his wife. Maybe he didn't have a wife. He wore a gray suit with a white shirt and a brightly patterned tie. He must have a wife, thought Emma. Men don't buy ties like that for themselves. "Where's Charlie, Peter?" He looked stricken. "You haven't heard from him?" Emma shook her head. "Where is he?" Peter's eyes flickered around the room as he took a step backward toward the hallway. Then he forced himself to look at Emma straight on. He lifted his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I don't know." She stood up and looked out of the window, seeing the exact same things that Charlie had seen every day of his working life these last 4 years. "I don't understand this." "I'm sure you'll hear from him, Emma." "But why? "What's he gone and done?" She turned. "Tell me what happened." "He said he wanted to leave the firm. He said he wanted to do something else. I don't think he'd decided what. That's all I know." "When did he tell you this?" "A month ago." "A month ago," she said wonderingly. "And Friday was his last day here?" "That's right." Emma began shaking her head. "Well, something awful has happened. That's for sure. I can't make head or tail out of this situation. Do you want some coffee, Emma?" She picked up her purse from the floor beside the chair. "I don't have time for coffee. I've got to find Charlie." She drove to Park Royal and left her car in a covered lot across from Eaton's. She had some lunch in a restaurant, an execrable hamburger, and watched other people eat. A small, middle-aged Oriental woman wearing a black dress and a salmon-colored scarf. A young woman with a lot of hair in a red suit, picking at a shrimp salad while reading People. A couple talking animatedly to one another. The woman was blonde, and the man was gray-haired, and reminded Emma of the English actor Terence Stamp. She pushed her half-eaten hamburger away, imagining Charlie doing the same thing 4 years ago, and never returning to eat in this place again. He'd probably told the waitress it was an awful hamburger, too. But nicely. Charlie was always very courteous to people. That was one thing she did know about him. Emma wandered through the mall, which had a lot of skylights and greenery, including some trees that were at least 20 feet tall. On the upper level she came upon a large chessboard painted on the floor. People were moving 3-feet-high men around on it. Nearby, on a ledge near one of the waterfalls, 3 normal-sized games were underway. Charlie was a fine chess player. Emma wondered if he'd ever played here, while eating his lunch. There was a hot dog stand nearby, and a place that sold frozen yogurt. In the drugstore, she pretended she was Charlie, inspecting the shelves of shaving products and men's cologne. In the bookstore, she browsed through the biography section. In Eaton's, she looked at men's clothing. Finally, she sat down on a bench. It was late afternoon now, and the mall was filled with high school students. After a while, a woman eating an ice cream cone approached and asked Emma if she could sit next to her. "I gotta get off my dogs for a minute," she said, plopping down. "Woof! No breaks long enough, you know." Emma said she knew. "Where do you work?" "Over there." She waved the cone toward the entrance to a woman's clothing store. "It's not bad, but the hours stink." She took a huge bite of ice cream. She didn't look like the kind of person who ate a lot of ice cream, thought Emma. She was thin as a rake, with extremely round eyes, and hair that she'd backcombed into a black halo. The bench on which they sat was back-to-back with another. Emma felt it when the people sitting there got up. She felt it a couple of minutes later, when somebody new sat down. Looking straight ahead of her at the display window of a children's clothing shop, listening to the chatter of the woman eating ice cream, Emma thought about the person who might have sat down behind her. Finally, she looked back over her shoulder. A man was there, lying down on the bench. The woman with the cone turned to glance at him, too. He was wearing a heavy tweed overcoat and leather boots with laces. He had gray hair and a beard, and was apparently asleep. The woman next to Emma finished her cone. "I've seen him here before." She took a Kleenex from her red plastic purse and wiped her mouth. "There are people like him, you know. They never go home." "What?" "I mean, they don't got a home, I guess. They live here. Sneak around from place to place in the mall, staying out of the security guy's way. It's easier than it sounds." She looked at her watch and slapped her knees. "Well, back to the grindstone. See you around, honey." Something must have happened to him, Emma told Staff Sergeant Alberg several hours later. "A person doesn't just disappear." "Mrs. O'Bray," he said, "I think we have to consider the possibility that he's gone away." She stared at him in exasperation. I don't know what it is with you people. Do you have to stumble over somebody's dead body before you can be convinced there's something wrong? I thought it was your job to prevent bad things from happening, as well as clean them up after they've happened. He sighed. There's only so much we can do. Corporal Sanducci put out a bulletin on your husband's vehicle. That's still in effect. We know he hasn't been involved in a motor vehicle accident or been admitted to hospital for any other reason. He left his place of work voluntarily. He's a grown man, no warrants out on him. He's free to come and go as he pleases. Emma raked her hair away from her temples. He didn't take his golf clubs or his chess set or any of his things. Don't you see? Mrs. O'Bray, said Alberg gently, when people decide to disappear, they usually do leave everything behind, even their most prized possessions. She lived the moment of his leave-taking again, then. She felt the edge of the door against her hand, the cold wind whipping at her bare legs. She watched Charlie stride down the walk, carrying his briefcase. She saw him unlock the driver's door and look up to pause and wave before climbing into his car. She ran this through her mind several times. Yes, she said, thunderstruck. You're right. He meant to go. The staff sergeant was watching her sympathetically. He took my photograph with him. Though this might not be true, she thought. All she knew for sure was that he hadn't left it in his office. Maybe he'd disposed of it in some way. Maybe he'd thrown it into the garbage. She imagined him placing it on the floor of an alley somewhere and stomping on it with the heel of his shoe to break the glass, and then picking up the pieces and tossing them into a dumpster. Emma stood up and thanked Alberg for his time. I'll have to find him myself, I guess. She saw that this dismayed him. Mrs. O'Bray, Emma, why don't you wait for him to contact you when he's ready? She was no longer fearful or bewildered. That was good. But what was she feeling, she wondered, as she left the police station and went to her car? What was she feeling for Charlie, who had left her? Alberg put on his jacket and left his office, closing the door behind him. He nodded to the duty officer and left the building through the back door, which led to the parking lot. Sid Sokolovsky was just climbing out of his car. Karl, what are you doing here? Oh, well, you're not supposed to be back for another week, said the sergeant, locking his car door. Yeah, I know. Alberg rested his arms on the top of his Oldsmobile. But my mother, I think I was more trouble to her than help, so I came home. You're not coming back to work yet, though. Well, I thought I'd stop by, said Alberg. See what's happening, see how you're doing. We're doing fine. I'm doing fine, said Sokolovsky pointedly. Hey, I'm not horning in on you, Sid, said Alberg. He pushed himself away from his car and unlocked the driver's door. I'll stay out of your way, I promise. He tried to smile. See you next week, he said, and he got into his car and drove home. Chapter 18. They proceeded up Broadway in Gardner's rickety old Delta 88. Eddie was finding it hard to get out the words he had to say. Maybe if he didn't get them out, he thought, maybe if he kept them tight inside him, maybe then the thing wouldn't ever have happened. It wouldn't be real. But there were a couple of pieces of reality floating around that he absolutely couldn't ignore. He was afraid they were going to screw up his life completely. So somehow he had to find the balls to talk to Gardner. They drove into a White Spot restaurant and parked in the back. Gardner turned on the headlights for car service. Eddie was relieved when the guy came and took their order, and Gardner could turn off the lights and then the motor. It smelled like carbon monoxide in Gardner's Olds, even with all the windows open. Gardner kept the radio on, though, and there was country and western music rattling out of it, sounding off-key and tinny. I'm in some deep shit, Gardner, Eddie finally blurted. He told him all about it, while Katie Lang sang from the radio. He was staring out of the windshield the whole time he talked, staring at the menu written on the side of the White Spot building, looking at the words for hamburger and chicken and milkshake, and not seeing them. At first he heard some muffled squawks from Gardner, but he ignored them and went right on talking. His voice sounded real close up, which of course it was, but he'd never noticed before just how close your voice was to you. It wasn't loud, he was talking very quietly, but it felt real close up, as if the words weren't moving away from him after he'd said them, as if they were crowding around in the air outside his mouth, all confused, not knowing where to go, making a little crowd of themselves, and then a bigger one, and a real big one. Soon Eddie was afraid that they were going to start forcing their way back inside his mouth, so he clamped his teeth together and only opened his lips a little bit. He finished his speech to Gardner like that, and turned his head when he was done, and saw Gardner leaning toward him, staring at him like he'd gone crazy or something, which maybe he had, Eddie thought to himself, staring mournfully back. "Say, what?" said Gardner, sounding like he couldn't believe his ears. "Dead," said Eddie. "I told you to scare her, you stupid weasel, not kill the bitch." Gardner flung himself back in his seat and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "First thing you do, you gotta get rid of your car." Eddie felt grief at this, real grief. "What, sell it? Sell my Camaro?" "No, not sell it, hide it. You gotta keep it out of sight for a while." "Where? Where am I going to hide it?" "How the fuck do I know where? Just hide it." Gloomily, Eddie considered the possibilities. "Could anybody have seen you? Got the plate number?" Eddie shook his head. "I thought about that. I put mud all over it before I left home." "Why?" "I don't know," said Eddie, surprised. "You knew you were going to waste her then." "No," Eddie protested. "I told you how it happened. It was an accidental type thing." "Then why the shit did you put mud all over your plate?" "I don't know," said Eddie, getting angry. "I saw it on TV." The guy came with the food, and they paid him. Gardner vigorously sprinkled vinegar over his chips. Eddie sat very still for a minute, concentrating on his stomach, until he was sure that the combined odors of vinegar and carbon monoxide weren't going to make him puke. Then he emptied 2 packets of mustard onto his hot dog and started to eat. "Looks like you're going to be in the clear, then," said Gardner, picking up his hamburger. He took a big bite and said, chewing, "You're a lucky son of a bitch, Ed. She could have sued your ass for aiming your fucking Camaro at her." He broke into laughter, spewing food. "Whoops," he said. "Fuck." He brushed ineffectually at his shirt front. "That's not all, though," said Eddie, reluctantly. "You wasted somebody else, too?" said Gardner incredulously. No, said Eddie. "I mean, I'm not in the clear. I think I'm not, anyway." And he told Gardner the rest of it. He'd made it his business to find out some things about her. That wasn't hard to do. It was a big city, yeah, but a small neighborhood. You could follow a person. You could ask questions, if you were friendly and casual-like, and you could find out things, like where she worked part-time, and what days, and what hours, usually. And he was thinking about the stuff he'd found out, and mulling over Gardner's idea for scaring the piss out of her, and still hoping a little bit that she'd do the right thing and answer his letter or phone him, because really he didn't want to scare the piss out of her, and the next thing that happened was seeing her on the street. She was with some other girl, maybe her roommate. Who knows? He saw them from quite a way away, and they were walking straight toward him. He thought about stopping her to ask her if she'd got his letter, but then he decided no way, she was the one who should stop him. She'd stop and put her hand on his shoulder and, "Thank you for the letter," she'd say. "Let's let bygones be bygones," she'd say. Something civil like that. But he'd forgotten one important thing. It was rush hour, and there were throngs of people on Broadway, and at first she didn't see him. Eddie moved over as he walked along, so that she'd bump right into him if she continued not to see him. And then there it was. Her eyes caught on his face, and he saw that she recognized him. They were about 10 yards apart by now. She turned her head to one side and gently nudged her friend over to the edge of the sidewalk, and they passed him like that, way over on the edge of the sidewalk, so the sleeve of her yellow dress wouldn't touch him by accident, the side of her face looking at him, smooth and blind and silent. The important thing he'd forgotten, of course, was that she wasn't a naturally polite person, despite her airs and graces, despite her bright hair and the softness of her skin. So Eddie went home and wrote her another note. He didn't have to do it over, because he got it right the very first time. "Bitch," was how he started it. "You are not important," was what he said next. "You are going to roast in hell." And then he signed it, like he had the first one. "You signed it?" said Gardner. He slapped his hands over his ears. "You got no more brains than a piece of snot. Who the fuck taught you what you know, anyhow?" Eddie sat there meek and unhappy, waiting for Gardner to stop raging at him and start giving him some good, practical advice. Chapter 19. Emma had grown up feeling her mother's presence constantly behind her, feeling her mother's breath on the back of her neck, feeling her mother's hands pushing her forward, gently but firmly. It was inexorable and terrifying, this sensation. She protested a lot, but felt helpless in the grip of her mother's determination that she learn to ride a bike, ice skate, do gymnastics, handle a horse, and excel at mathematics and history and English and science. No wonder Emma was worn out by the time she was 17. "I want you to be confident," her mother had told her 1,000,000 times, if she'd said it once, physically, mentally, in every way. This ambition for her daughter was probably much to be admired, but Emma thought people ought to be left to develop their own ambitions. Unfortunately, whatever interest she might once have had in doing so had been thoroughly extinguished by her upbringing. Emma looked around, exhausted at the end of grade 12, and decided enough's enough. She longed for the peace and comfort of a vicarious life. Now, rummaging through a drawer full of Charlie's underwear, Emma heard her mother's voice saying, "You're a throwback, that's what you are." She'd been a brittle, pretty woman, relentlessly well-groomed, who sold real estate. Her name was Rosie Quinn. "A throwback! I can't believe it. I wish I'd had a son." This hadn't bothered Emma, who had heard it before. She and her mother had never had much in common. She wondered if she would have had things in common with her father, had he lived, and if so, what these things would have been. "I just don't see what's so wrong about it," she had said reasonably. Her mother didn't like the idea that Emma was at university to find a husband. Rosie's eyebrows sprang toward her forehead, and she planted her fists on her hips. "It's dishonest, dishonorable, and lazy. That's what's wrong with it." "It certainly isn't dishonest," said Emma indignantly. "I've always been very straightforward about my goals. Quite frankly, Mother, it seems to me you ought to admire me for that. I could be pretending I'm all mad keen on some kind of a career, but I'm not." "Admire you?" said Rosie, aghast. She looked closely at her daughter. "Emma, where did you come from?" "As for dishonorable," Emma went on, "I cannot see that it's dishonorable for a person to assess her strengths and figure out how to make the best possible use of them." "And what are these poor strengths?" said Rosie furiously. "That you can make best use of them by putting yourself in servitude to some damn man?" "And finally," said Emma, raising her voice a little, "I'm working hard, I'm getting good marks. How can you accuse me of being lazy?" "You're being lazy about your life. Your life, Emma." Rosie's face crinkled, deepening the lines upon it. She was genuinely worried then, thought Emma, knowing that her mother struggled hard for smoothness of skin. Rosie sat down on the sofa next to Emma. She looked at her daughter with an expression half curious and half compassionate that made Emma feel impatient. "You mustn't look to a man for money, Emma. You really mustn't," she pleaded. "Oh, Mother," said Emma, moving slightly away from her, "I'm not. You're putting entirely the wrong emphasis on this." "Don't depend on a man for shelter or security or protection either," said her mother, with a hand on Emma's upper arm. Emma looked down at Rosie's hand and touched it with carefully manicured fingers. She smelled perfume and wondered whether it was Rosie's or her own. "Emma," said her mother urgently, "you must be equipped to pay your own way." "I have every intention of paying my own way," Emma said staunchly. "I'm going to be the best wife there ever was." "You're so bright," said her mother with sincerity, trying another tack. "You've got brains and taste, and you know how to work hard. You can be anything you want to be. Why settle for being somebody's wife? Why not be an interior designer or something?" "My mind's made up," Emma had said. Wifehood was the ideal choice. She'd convinced herself of it. Her career would be her husband, and his career. Perhaps he would be a politician or a diplomat. She imagined herself standing beside him at his right, and both of them were extremely well-dressed. She would be his friend, his confidant, his supporter. She'd tend to his needs, nurture him, comfort him, nourish him. And in return, he would expect nothing more of her than this. Her husband-to-be had no face. He was tall and slim, but faceless. He didn't acquire a face until she met Charlie. She hadn't expected to pick someone 12 years older than she was, and although he was tall and reasonably slim, there wasn't much likelihood that Charlie would move into the realm of politics or diplomacy. Charlie had very little ambition of any kind. But he was a man who, having been through what he'd been through, knew exactly what he wanted. Or so they had both believed. Emma shut the drawer and sat down on the chair in the corner of the bedroom. Those brave words she'd said to her mother echoed around her. "I'm going to be the best wife there ever was." She'd met Charlie by then, but her mother didn't know about him yet. And Charlie didn't know yet that he and Emma were going to get married. A smile nudged at her mouth, but Emma sent it away. She got up and started going through the bottom drawer in Charlie's bureau. Scarves, gloves, never-used handkerchiefs, and a small box that contained his UBC ring. Emma had given it to him when he got his master's degree, but Charlie didn't wear jewelry. Her mother, when she met him, hadn't liked Charlie much. "Just look at the man," she'd cried, exasperated. "Already divorced once. Already a failure at marriage. He'll never amount to a hill of beans." Which just showed how little Rosie Quinn knew. Besides, she wouldn't have liked anybody Emma decided to marry. She was against marriage on principle. Exactly what principle, Emma couldn't guess. She tossed the ring box back into the drawer and sat on the floor, leaning against the end of the bed. It was strangely comforting, living side by side with Charlie's belongings. Maybe that's why he'd left them behind. She inhaled the smell of him when she brushed against his bathrobe, which hung from a hook on the back of the bathroom door. Sometimes she took out the bottle of aftershave lotion from the medicine cabinet and sniffed it. Nothing summoned memory as potently as the sense of smell. She closed her eyes. Where to look next? There was his closet and his bedside table, and boxes and trunks in the basement, and there was lots of stuff in the garage, too. And they used the upstairs bedroom as a kind of office, so there were filing cabinets and things to go through. Emma felt battered and bewildered. drained by the effort it took to resist succumbing to grief. She saw grief as a mountain ledge from which she would plummet into pain, and did not distinguish between this pain and death. Maybe if he died, maybe if he'd been lost to everyone, to the whole world, maybe then she would be prepared to grieve. She wished she weren't an orphan. She opened her eyes and got to her feet. He was a clever man, Charlie, but Emma was clever too. I must keep my mind completely open, she thought, standing in the bedroom, turning slowly around, her hands outstretched, palms down. I must not be looking for anything, at least not at first. I must be able to see everything and resist drawing conclusions, at least at first. She moved to Charlie's side of the bed and opened the drawer in the night table. It was empty, except for the gun. Emma felt an unpleasant prickling upon the skin of her back. She sat on the edge of the bed. Cautiously, she pulled the drawer fully open. There was nothing else there, only the gun. She thought about the things that were usually kept in that drawer, a notepad and a pen. Whatever paperback book he was currently reading, before he quit smoking, he'd have had cigarettes in there and a throwaway lighter. But never the gun. Never. Chapter 20. Alberg sat in his car as the ferry approached Langdale. Usually he liked to stand near the prow as the ship approached land, watching the delicacy with which it was maneuvered up to the dock. But today he stayed in his car, thinking about nothing at all, as if his mind were in park, like his automobile. The docking procedure completed, car engines were coming to life, and the two outermost rows of vehicles started to exit, directed by crew members wearing orange vests with luminescent yellow crosses. Alberg wasn't impatient to get off, as he usually was. He remembered from some faraway, pre-automobile time in his life, getting on buses and riding to the end of the line and staying on while the driver got off to have a smoke and maybe a coffee, then riding all the way back to where he'd come from. He'd have liked to do that now, stay on the ferry and go back and forth all day long between Horseshoe Bay and Langdale. He didn't, though. Not that he could have. His car would have been facing the wrong way for the trip back to Horseshoe Bay. The ferry was a push-me-pull-you vehicle. Alberg followed the traffic off the ship and down the ramp and up the long driveway that led to the road. He took the hairpin hill that bypassed the town of Gibsons. And then he was on the highway to Seashelt. It was a warm, sunny day, so he drove along with his elbow resting on the open window, and this reminded him of summer vacations in his childhood. Driving, always driving somewhere, long trips to see relatives in Winnipeg, and at the end of the day his father's left arm was bronzed by the sun, but the right arm wasn't. His parents hadn't visited him since he moved to the Sunshine Coast. His mother might come this summer, but now his father would never see the place, never see the little house in Gibsons that Alberg lived in and had bought last year, never meet Cassandra or Sid Sokolovsky. Why the hell was he heading for Seashelt? He kept on driving while he thought about it. Probably he hadn't had Seashelt in mind at all. He was just driving because he felt like it. He'd spent half a day at headquarters, after all. His head needed clearing. Maybe he'd go all the way up to Earl's Cove and take the ferry across Jervis Inlet to Saltery Bay, near Powell River, and from there take another one across Georgia Strait to Nanaimo on Vancouver Island. And then he could drive down to Victoria and take a third ferry over to Tsawwassen and drive into Vancouver and through the city and up to Horseshoe Bay, and finally a fourth ferry back across Howe Sound to Langdale. He couldn't do that all in one day, though. He drove slowly past the library and saw Cassandra inside, talking to somebody at the checkout counter. He ended up in the parking lot behind the detachment, so he cut the motor and got out and went inside. "What are you doing here?" said Isabella, the detachment's secretary receptionist, flashing her golden eyes at him. "I don't know," said Alberg. She studied him busily for a moment. "Come on over here and sit down at the sergeant's table," she said. She pulled out a chair and shooed him into it. "Since you're here, you might as well have a cup of coffee." She poured some into his usual mug. It was a plain white mug with no words on it and no pictures either. Isabella had urged him many times to get himself a more interesting coffee mug, but Alberg had ignored her. Now he was thinking maybe she'd been right. It looked singularly boring among all the others. Nora Gibbons, who'd recently joined the detachment from Williams Lake, had a huge mug with a drawing of a fiendishly grinning woman on it. The woman was saying, "Men who call women sweetheart, baby, or honey should have their little tiny peckers cut off." Maybe he'd get himself a male chauvinist pig mug, if there was such a thing. Isabella slapped down on the table in front of him a paper napkin and a paper plate, on which were displayed a chocolate donut and a sugar donut. "What's this?" said Alberg, stunned. "Enjoy," said Isabella, and she went back to work. He'd finished the chocolate donut, and had just started the other one, when Sokolovsky came out of the hall that led to Alberg's office. Alberg felt guilty. Sitting at Sokolovsky's desk when he wasn't even supposed to be in the damn building, and he could see from the look on Sid's face that the sergeant felt guilty too, probably because he was enjoying himself in Alberg's absence. "How are things at the Puzzle Palace?" said the sergeant. "As puzzling as ever," said Alberg. "I got us another constable, though, so it wasn't a total waste of time." "Good," said Sokolovsky. There was an awkward silence as Alberg put down the donut and brushed sugar from his hand. "Boy," he said, making a show of looking at his watch. "I've got to get going. Just dropped in for a minute. Had no idea it was getting so late." "Karl, who are you kidding?" said Sokolovsky patiently. "Not me," said Isabella, not looking up from her computer screen. "But listen, I'm glad you're here. I got an idea for you." The sergeant beckoned Alberg down the hall and into the staff sergeant's own office, which he was occupying in Alberg's absence. "Here, sit down," he said, pushing Alberg into the chair behind his desk. Sokolovsky took the black leather chair in front. "I got a project for you." "Sid, please," said Alberg. "I don't need a project. In the first place, I'll be back at work pretty soon. In the second place, I've got projects coming out of my ears. I have to clean out the garage and fix the screen around the sun porch and find somebody to build me a new fence. But this is important, Karl." The sergeant leaned forward. "I heard about Charlie O'Bray. I heard Emma's... Well, she's devastated, I guess you'd say." "Yeah," said Alberg. "Charlie," Sokolovsky shook his head. "Well, what can you say about a man like that? I thought I knew the guy," he said bitterly. "Uh-huh," said Alberg. "What you've got on your hands here," said the sergeant with conviction, "is a disturbed individual to do such a thing." "Uh-huh," said Alberg noncommittedly. "So I was thinking, Karl, you put your detective hat on. You use your compassionate leave to... Well, you use it in a compassionate cause." Sokolovsky looked mildly surprised. "A compassionate cause," he said again, pleased with himself. "I'm not following you here," said Alberg. "You find Charlie," said Sokolovsky. Alberg looked at him intently. "I do what?" "You find Charlie O'Bray." "Oh, for God's sake. No, I'm serious," said Sokolovsky, ponderously earnest. "Think about it." "I told her, and I'm telling you, it isn't a police matter." "No, it isn't. But, Karl, you could do it. You could find him for her, while you're waiting for your leave to run out." Alberg lifted his hands, exasperated. "I don't think he wants to be found, Sid." The first thing you'd do, he thought, was flag the guy's bank accounts. "Well, I think you're right about that, sure," said Sid. "But I also think he owes his wife an explanation. First, before he buggers off on her. We don't have the right, and we certainly don't have the power, to demand that he explain himself to his wife. And the lower mainland airports and railway and bus stations, too, and he'd do a media fan-out. She must have photos of him." "No," said Sokolovsky reluctantly. Alberg and the sergeant looked at each other. "I could certainly suggest it, though," said Alberg, "if I found him." Chapter 21. Bernie Peters worked for Alberg on Wednesday afternoons, 1 o'clock through until 5. At first he'd left her notes, telling her what he wanted done, but she paid no attention to his notes. Every Wednesday she dusted his small house, vacuumed, tidied, and cleaned the kitchen and the bathroom. Then she did his ironing. And every week she had time for something extra that she decided needed doing, like polishing the furniture or washing some walls or cleaning out the kitchen cupboards. And before she left, she made a start on his dinner, too. She often went out and bought food, apparently dissatisfied with what she found in the house. Every Wednesday, Alberg's thoughts wandered home frequently throughout the day. Maybe today Bernie would finally get to the fridge, or clean the windows, or the oven. Maybe today she'd make something cold for dinner, instead of corned beef and cabbage, or stew, or chili. When he left the detachment on this April Wednesday, Alberg went straight home. He found Bernie in the middle of the backyard. She was wearing one of her white dresses and a pair of sturdy white shoes. The stitches in the seam of the left shoe had been opened to allow a bunion to poke through. Alberg watched her for a moment from the sun porch. Her left forearm was pressed across her stomach, and her left hand cradled her right elbow. She was puffing on a cigarette, her toe tapping the grass impatiently, as though smoking were a duty she discharged with reluctance, part of the regrettable baggage of being herself. "Bernie," said Alberg from the sun porch, and she whirled around. "What are you doing out here?" "Smoking," said Bernie. "You've quit the filthy habit, and so I don't poison your air." She took another puff. Many little lines fanned out from around her lips. "I heard about your father," she said formally, "and I'm truly sorry for your trouble." "Thanks, Bernie. Do you want some coffee?" said Alberg. Bernie pinched the end of her cigarette between her thumb and first finger, dropped the coal into the dirt of a flower bed, scrubbed it out with her foot. She put what was left of the cigarette into the pocket of her dress. "You don't pay me for sitting around drinking coffee," she said. "Come on, Bernie, it's after 5 anyway, and I want to talk to you." He held the screen door open and waited while she climbed the 3 steps from the lawn to the sun porch and preceded him into the house. In the kitchen, Bernie squirted detergent into the sink and turned on the hot water tap. "What about?" she said, starting in on Alberg's breakfast dishes, which for some reason unfathomable to him she always left until the end of the day. "I think you know Emma and Charlie O'Bray, don't you?" said Alberg. He picked up a tea towel and began drying a juice glass. Bernie snorted. "I know them." "I guess you know that he's disappeared." "I know it. Run off on her, he has." "Sid Sokolovsky suggested that I use my leave to try to find him." Bernie sighed and shook her head. She rinsed a plate, a knife, and a coffee mug, and set them in the drainer. "What can you tell me about them?" She gave him a suspicious glance. "I'm trying to figure out what kind of situation I'm getting myself into." He dried the mug and put it away in the cupboard. "He didn't appreciate her," said Bernie flatly, unplugging the sink to let the water drain away. "She did everything for him, looked after him like he was King Tut, but he didn't appreciate her." "How do you know?" said Alberg, leaning against the counter, the tea towel draped over his shoulder. She turned to look at him indignantly. Her red-brown curls, unnaturally bright, were squished beneath a hairnet. Her brown face was corrugated with wrinkles. "Well, he ran out on her, didn't he?" "Yeah, but did you know before he left that he didn't appreciate her?" "Okay, I'm going to give this some serious thought." She put down the dishcloth, sat down at the table, and stared intently out the window. "He didn't beat on her," she said with conviction. "That I'm sure of." "Uh-huh," said Alberg, sitting down opposite her. "I would have said they were happy," she said finally, reluctantly. "At least, I would have said she was happy. I don't know about him. He couldn't have been happy, could he? Or he wouldn't have taken off like he did." "But it came as a surprise to you, did it? That he was gone?" She nodded vigorously. "You know, she tells me he didn't take a thing with him, not a single thing. Don't that beat all now?" "How is she? Is she okay? Angry? What?" Bernie hesitated. "I don't know how she is. She acts a little peculiar from time to time. She's not an ordinary person," she said seriously, squinting across the table at Alberg. "How do you mean?" "Just that," said Bernie, shrugging. "She's not ordinary." She sighed. "Between you and me and the gatepost, I think she's well shot of him. But of course you can't convince her of that. So I'm glad you're going to find him for her, ease her spirits." "What happens then?" She shook her head. "It's in the good Lord's hands, I guess." "I'm going to try to find him, Bernie, but he won't want to be found, and I only have a few days." "You'll do it," said Bernie. She looked at him searchingly, her beady brown eyes fixed on him. "It must be hard being a policeman. I guess there's lots of things you see that you can't rectify." "Yeah," said Alberg, "you're right." She slapped the tabletop and stood up. She swished clean water around in the sink, wrung out the dishcloth, dried the sink with a paper towel, and threw the towel in the trash. "That's it, then," she said, surveying the kitchen. She gestured with her thumb to a pot on top of the stove. "There's some nice lamb stew in there," she said, reaching for her black plastic handbag, which sat upon the counter. "Eat hearty." Chapter 22. Emma was becoming very familiar with the shopping mall in West Vancouver that was known as Park Royal. Every time she went there, she parked in a different lot. Each time she used a different entrance and focused her attention on different stores. By now she knew the whole place well. There were actually two parts to Park Royal, one on the south side of Marine Drive and one on the north. But Charlie's office had been in a building on the south side, so that's where Emma had decided he spent his time. Besides, it was in the South Mall that people played chess, and she just knew, that Charlie would have played chess. This Thursday morning, the last day of April, she had brought along a photograph of him. She'd been dismayed when looking through her albums at how few pictures of Charlie she had. But then, he was the one who was good with a camera. His camera. Another thing he'd left behind. Another prized possession abandoned. He could always buy himself another one, of course. But maybe he'd decided that he didn't like taking pictures after all. He'd certainly made an awful lot of decisions, Charlie had, all at once in one fell swoop, reshaping his existence. She felt a stab of envy. Here she was, smothering to death in the detritus of Charlie's discarded life, while he was busy starting all over again. Had he secretly taken courses while he planned his getaway? Had he learned some other line of work? Even another language, perhaps? The photograph in her purse showed Charlie about to get into his car, the very same car he'd driven away in last Saturday morning, 5 days ago. She'd taken the picture last summer, on the first day of their 2-week holiday, which they'd spent at a lakeside resort in the Okanagan Valley. It was a little dim because it had been taken on the car deck of the ferry, but it was a good likeness of Charlie. He'd unlocked the driver's door and was about to open it when Emma called his name and snapped the picture. She couldn't read his expression, but his features were clear. She stood outside the bookstore with the photograph in her hand. Finally, she went in. Nobody in the bookstore recognized Charlie. Emma trudged from store to store. It was odd, she thought, that nobody asked why she was looking for him. Maybe they were too polite, or else they didn't want to know. She saw curiosity on their faces, and sometimes their replies were wary or hesitant. Yet she didn't doubt, when they said they didn't recognize him, that they were telling her the truth. On the lower level of the mall, near the entrance to Eaton's, there was a shop that sold handbags and briefcases and luggage. As she walked through the door, the smell of leather was sudden and strong, and it created in Emma a flood of nostalgia so powerful she was made breathless. Somewhere in her head there must be a memory to explain this. What use were one's senses, she thought resentfully, if they were so undisciplined as to create pain without providing an explanation? Quickly, she blinked away tears, hoping they hadn't dislodged any mascara, and looked around for a salesperson. She couldn't see one at first, but she heard somebody humming. She'd never heard a hum with such a robust vibrato. It was issuing from a woman who was energetically cleaning a glass countertop in the corner of the store. "Excuse me," said Emma, and the woman looked up and smiled. "I use vinegar and water," she said, "at my own house, but it's the smell, which doesn't bother me, you understand, except in here it just doesn't seem right because of the leather. It's the smell of the leather that sells things in this store, and to have the place stinking of vinegar just doesn't make sense." She reached down to stow the bottle of Windex under the counter, and threw the paper towel she'd been using into a wastebasket. "So, what can I do for you, dear?" Emma held up the photograph of Charlie. "Do you recognize this man?" She saw in the woman's eyes that she did. "What's your name?" said Emma. "Rita Hemming," said the woman, who was about 50 years old and had short gray hair. She was Emma's height, but considerably heavier, and wore a gray skirt and a bright red short-sleeved sweater. Emma noted that her lipstick matched the sweater exactly, and that she used mascara and blusher, but no eyeliner or eyeshadow. "Who is he?" Emma averted her eyes and looked sadly at the floor. "He's my husband." Rita Hemming looked from the picture to Emma and back again. "Why are you looking for him?" Emma sighed. "I'm not looking for him. I know where he is. He's in the hospital." She curled her tongue around the delicious phrase and delicately eased it from her mouth. "Suffering from amnesia." Rita looked at her in awe. "Really?" she breathed. "He was in a car wreck," said Emma. "When he came to in the hospital, he couldn't remember a thing." Rita shook her head in wonderment. "He had identification, of course," Emma went on, "and so the police called me and I rushed straight to his side." "And he didn't know you, his own wife?" Emma, surprised and gratified, realized that there were tears in her eyes. She reached into her purse for a tissue. "Physically he's fine, but it's very hard on him, psychologically." "And on you, too," said Rita, exclaiming her indignation. "The doctors feel that if I can recreate the days before the accident for him," Emma said, marveling at her ingenuity, "and fill in as many gaps as possible, it might help his memory to come back." "Well, I can tell you right now that I do recognize him. I do indeed." "Oh, I'm so glad," said Emma in a tremulous whisper, and she heard a voice in her head as clear as a bell, and it was saying, "I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you, you bastard." Chapter 23. Eddie stood indecisively on the corner of 4th and MacDonald and let the stream of pedestrians break against him and flow around him. The weather had turned cold and blustery again. even though it would be May tomorrow, so he was wearing his beige jacket with the zipper in the front. There was a splotch of grease on the right-hand pocket, which held a retractable ballpoint pen and a small notebook, 3 inches by 5 inches, with a coil at the top and a picture of a cat on the cover. He'd bought them at the drugstore. He was oblivious to the irritated glances thrown by the people swirling against and around him. He had on brown cotton pants that had become baggy in the knees and high-topped running shoes. His shirt was dark blue, and under it he wore a gray T-shirt. He was full of anxiety standing there. There were 3 things he had to do today, and for the moment he was helpless in the thrall of this. He had to go to work, and he had to go to the gym, and he had to go to that house. He didn't have to be at work until 2 o'clock, and it was only 9 in the morning now, so he had lots of time. He just couldn't figure out whether to work out first or do the house first. They were both extremely important things. Was one more important than the other one? That was what he was trying to decide. Eddie recalled that both the house and the gym were south and west of where he stood, so he began walking. He didn't think to look before he stepped off the curb, and he collided with a woman crossing the sidewalk in front of him. Flustered, he tried to apologize, but she was rushing to catch the light. He blundered on into the intersection. A car swerved to miss him, and the driver hit the horn and let it blare and blare, while Eddie, scrambling back onto the sidewalk, felt his face get beet red with embarrassment. The walk light came on, and he made his way across the street. He stopped to dig his cigarettes and lighter out of his inside jacket pocket. His hands shook as he lit up. That kind of thing was always happening to him. It made him so damn mad. After a while, he'd calmed down some, so he tossed the cigarette butt away and started walking again, west on 4th Avenue. It was a gray, miserable day. He didn't feel much like working out, but he had to keep his strength up. Eddie was very strong. He didn't look like the other guys who used the gym, though, which sometimes made him depressed, because although strength was what he went there for, what he worked so hard there for, it would have been good if he'd looked strong, too. He couldn't figure out why his pecs were flabby, and his gut was soft, and his waist had a roll of fat around it. Someday, pretty soon now, he was going to complain about this to the guy who ran the gym. He trudged on, hunched against the cold. He missed his car a lot. He looked forward to the day when it would be safe to drive it again. He daydreamed about that. He'd go out to Abbotsford on the Greyhound bus, and he'd walk up Delaire Road to Raleigh's place and head out to his barn and open the door, and there'd be the Camaro, all ready and waiting for him, shiny and purring, just like he'd left it. He'd had the broken light fixed, so it was perfect again. Pristine. This was a word Eddie had recently looked up in the dictionary. Extremely pure. He thought it was the perfect word for the Camaro. While it was away, though, he didn't mind using the city buses to get places, and often he got rides with Gardner, and sometimes he walked. Walking wasn't so bad, except on a day like this, that felt more like winter than goddamn spring. I should have worn my gloves, he thought. But then he remembered that he had a reason for not wearing them. You can't write when you're wearing gloves. Eddie fumbled quickly at his pocket to make sure the pad and the pen were there, and that decided him. Feeling the pen there and the little notepad, that made up his mind. He felt a huge wave of relief. He hated not being able to make up his mind about something. There was nothing he hated so much. And no matter how often he reminded himself that his mind would make itself up when it was ready, because after all it always had, Eddie was afraid that this time it wouldn't, and he'd be dangling there helpless hour after hour, not being able to do anything, not one single thing, because he couldn't make up his goddamn mind which thing to do next. He strode confidently down 4th Avenue, and passed the gym without giving it a glance, and eventually he turned right and then left. Eddie was now on a narrow, tree-lined street of 2- and 3-story houses. He was in the general neighborhood that Sylvia lived in, except she lived on a street that wasn't nearly as nice as this one. Whistling under his breath, Eddie eventually stopped across the street from a house that was partially obscured by a tall hedge. He hunkered down against the trunk of a tree and pulled out his notebook and his pen. He noted the time and entered it at the top of the first page. He hesitated because he'd never done this kind of thing before and wasn't sure how to go about it. Then he wrote, "No sign of life." Though, of course, there was life inside the house. That was the problem. One of the problems. "Roommate?" It had come out of Gardner's face like a yelp. "She had a roommate?" He'd slapped his knee and near to killed himself laughing. Well, Eddie didn't need that. He already knew he was in trouble. "So you see what I mean?" he said doggedly, ignoring Gardner's high-pitched cackle. "She must have talked to her about me, and now she'll tell, the cops or Harold, somebody, she'll tell, I know she will, because you can't shut up a woman. They all talk, yak, 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 can't keep their dumb mouths shut for a minute, none of them." "You don't need to worry about that," said Gardner, wiping his eyes with his hand, and then wiping his hand on his jeans. He leaned against the fender of his beat-up Olds, which was parked outside the liquor store at the corner of Broadway and Cypress. Eddie hated the way Gardner treated that Olds. It caused him real pain to see a good car go unappreciated, uncared for. Gardner was grinning at him. "At least," he said, "you don't need to worry about her telling the cops. That's hearsay, and it don't count for a rat's ass." Eddie felt a great deal better. He was sometimes skeptical about the things Gardner told him, but not when they were things having to do with the law and crime. Gardner was something of an expert when it came to law and crime, and although most of the time Eddie disapproved of this, Gardner's life was haphazard and uncertain, and he'd already been sent twice to the slammer. It did come in handy now and then to know somebody in the crime field, even if he was kind of a low-ranking criminal. His relief didn't last long, though. "It's the fucking notes you gotta worry about," Gardner said, unlocking the trunk and pushing up the lid. "Especially the second one. Jesus," he said, shaking his head. "You can be so stupid, Ed." He threw his cigarette onto the street and leaned into the trunk, where several cases of empty beer cans sprawled on top of a box of tools, an old piece of orange tarpaulin, a big-eyed teddy bear with one ear missing, and, Eddie could hardly believe this, a shotgun, a Winchester Defender, for God's sake, with a pistol grip, clumsily wrapped in a sheet that had come unwound. "What are you doing with that thing?" he said, momentarily distracted. "A guy owed me," said Gardner vaguely. "Come on, give me a hand here, will you?" he said, hauling out the beer cans and dropping them on the pavement next to the car. He was going to cash them in at the liquor store. Eddie reached into the trunk and plucked out 2 cases of cans. "You know what you gotta do, don't you?" said Gardner. "No, what?" Eddie heard the whine in his voice and was disgusted with himself. Gardner looked up at him, exasperated. "Get the fucking things back," he'd said. So that was why Eddie had parked himself, shivering, on his hams in front of that damn house. He was studying the place and brooding about how to get inside it. He already knew that he'd forgotten something important. He hadn't thought to bring anything to eat. And when he was concentrating or worrying or fretting about something, he absolutely needed to eat. It was a stomach condition he had. Too much acid or not enough or some damn thing. He stared at the gap in the laurel hedge and wished he had a milkshake or a bag of chocolate chip cookies. Time passed, and his rear end got cold, and his stomach started acting up, like he'd known it would. He wondered how long he ought to stay. This kind of work, surveillance, it was a strain on a person, and after a certain amount of time he'd be bound to attract somebody's attention, which would be bad. He thought about it for a while and decided he'd do 2 hours at a stretch. No, an hour and a half. He'd been sitting there for 35 minutes when he got a glimpse of the front door of the place opening. Somebody ran down the steps and came out through the hedge, a girl with red hair. Eddie wrote her description in his notebook as she bustled off down the street. Eddie was extremely pleased with himself. He checked his watch. Another half hour to go. But after a while, it occurred to him that the place was empty now. He sat up straighter. His stomach started to churn. He could pretend he was a repairman, maybe, bang on the door, and when nobody answered, what? Break the window. He could get in that way. Or maybe she'd left the back door unlocked. He put the notepad and the pen in his pocket and stood up. His butt ached from sitting on the cold ground. He wiped the palms of his hands on his cotton pants and got ready to cross the street. And all of a sudden, a second girl came out the door. Eddie watched, half hidden behind the tree, as she emerged from the gap in the hedge and headed for a gray Plymouth Reliant parked in front of the house. This one had dark hair that was short on one side and long on the other, like somebody had made a big mistake. Eddie scrunched his head down into his shoulders and wrote her license plate number in his notebook. 2 roommates she'd had. Okay, so now the place was empty. Eddie started across the street, putting himself in the frame of mind of somebody who was a repairman, trying to decide if he was going to be an electrical-type repairman or a jack-of-all-trades or what. He was halfway to the opposite sidewalk when the front door opened again, and another damn girl came out. Eddie's heart lurched and began to pound. He swerved to the right, walked to the corner and around it, and went into the first cafe he saw. He sat down and ordered a milkshake and hid his shaking hands under the table while he waited for it. Next time he'd take along a toolbox, he decided. This would make him look like a repairman and would also provide him with break-in tools. But before he barged in there, he had to find out just how the hell many girls lived there anyway. Chapter 24. Later that same day, Alberg went through the gate in the picket fence that marched past the front of Emma Aubrey's house. It was a very ordinary-looking house, a lot more ordinary than the Sokolovskys' next door, which was painted a deep sunny yellow. The house that Emma lived in was white. It looked tranquil, almost sleepy. The windows were covered with glass curtains that revealed nothing of the inside. Like Charlie's eyes, thought Alberg, remembering. There was a small lawn bisected by a sidewalk that led straight to the porch and then broke off to either side in the shape of Y. Some bushes grew close to the house, and Alberg, climbing the 4 steps to the front door, saw narrow basement windows half hidden behind them. He knocked on the door, and through its small window he saw Bernie emerge into the hall and hurry to open the door. She was holding an oily dusting cloth, wearing her white dress that buttoned up the front, and her white nurse's shoes, with the hole cut out of the left one. Her brassy auburn hair was covered with a hairnet, as usual. Alberg smiled at the sight of her and wondered what his mother would make of Bernie Peters. "Hi, Bernie," he said when she opened the door. "I'll go get her," said Bernie, stepping back and gesturing Alberg inside. A package of cigarettes and a disposable lighter were tucked into the pocket of her dress. She smoked the same brand that Alberg's father had smoked. Alberg watched her walking away from him, sturdy and brisk, her legs slightly bowed. He wondered how much cigarettes had to do with his father's death. People blamed everything on smoking now, smoking or eating the wrong kind of fat. He waited in the hall, looking around. Doors on the left and right led into the living room and the dining room. The hall appeared to divide the lower floor in two. He could see another door at the end, which must lead into the backyard. He figured that the kitchen would be behind the dining room and a large bedroom across the hall from it. Soon Bernie reappeared, with Emma in tow. "I've got some time off," said Alberg, "and Sid Sokolovsky suggested I volunteer to look for your husband. Unofficially," he added quickly. "You take him up on it," said Bernie to Emma, poking her in the shoulder. "I'll get coffee," she said, and hurried away. Emma stood in the middle of the hallway, looking at him, her eyes searching. Alberg felt them moving over his face like the searching fingertips of a blind person. He felt his skin begin to itch. "That would be very good of you," said Emma finally. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you." "I can't promise anything. I mean, I might get nowhere at all." She nodded solemnly, her eyes continuing to explore him. Then he felt the mask settle down upon his face, and he relaxed and smiled at her, through his mask. Safe now. "Let's sit down somewhere, okay?" "Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry," said Emma, and led him into the living room. "I've been looking for him on my own. It'll be such a relief to have somebody helping me. But I've made progress," she said eagerly. "A little bit, anyway. Just a minute." She hurried away and returned almost immediately. "You'll need this," she said, handing Alberg a snapshot of her husband. "I found somebody who recognized him," she said, and told Alberg about the woman in the leather store. Then she hesitated, embarrassment on her face. "For some reason I thought he might be living there, in Park Royal, up in the rafters or in the washrooms or somewhere. I don't know what put such an idea in my head, but there it was, until I found out that he'd bought a set of luggage." Alberg sat in the middle of the sofa, holding the snapshot. "Mrs. O'Bray, are you sure you want to find him?" She accepted this calmly. He watched her consider it. She looked away from him, around the room, her gaze touching on the furnishings, the carpet, the curtains at the window, and through the doorway into the hall. "Am I sure that I want to find him?" She gave a sigh and folded her hands in her lap. She was wearing jeans and a gray sweatshirt. Her hair gleamed and her face was bare of makeup. She looked directly at Alberg again. He thought she probably believed herself to be a perfectly honest and straightforward person, with nothing whatsoever to hide. "No, I'm not sure I want to find him. But I have to do it anyway." "Why?" "Because, I don't know. To ask him why he left, I guess. To see if he really means it, maybe." Bernie entered the room bearing a tray on which she'd placed 2 cups of coffee, cream and sugar, and a plate of what Alberg recognized as her own homemade oatmeal cookies. Bernie held out the plate to Emma, who shook her head. But Bernie said, "You don't need to tell me you had no breakfast, and I got no guarantee you'll eat the supper I'll make for you, so at least let me see you eat one of these cookies." Emma took one and began to nibble at it. Bernie left, and they heard her lugging something upstairs, and then the vacuum cleaner went on up there. Alberg took out his notebook. "Okay, let's get started." And Emma went through it again, the morning of Charlie's departure, calling his office on Monday, checking the bank accounts. When she'd finished, she sank back in her chair, and Alberg saw her exhaustion. "What do you think's happened here, Emma?" he said quietly. Emma got up slowly and moved across the room to the white, upright piano that stood in the corner. She played a few notes with her right hand. "Charlie bought me this piano. I was just about to start taking lessons." She sat on the stool, her back to the piano. "He's left me," she said, almost matter-of-fact. "That's what's happened." "But why?" "I don't know." Tears flooded her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She pulled a tissue from the pocket of her jeans and wiped them away. "Are you angry with him?" "Well, what on earth do you think?" She ducked her head. "I don't think that's pertinent," she said. brushing non-existent crumbs from her thigh. Alberg looked curiously around the living room, which felt like a department store display. This was partly due to its spectacular cleanliness, for which he could blame Bernie, but due also to the peculiar feeling of emptiness that pervaded it. He imagined Charlie making his escape from here, slipping from this room into his own private future. The room would never miss him. "Exactly what is it that you'll be doing?" said Emma. "First, I'll need a letter from you authorizing me to make inquiries," he said. "Then I'll want information about your bank accounts. I've got the details on his car. I need names of friends and relatives, his business address, his partner's name, also who's his doctor, his dentist, his lawyer, his mechanic, etc., and a list of every place you know of that he's ever been." "I can give you all that. Plus I want to look through everything he left behind. Clothes, desk drawers, filing cabinets, everything." "Of course," said Emma, nodding. "Finally, I need you to tell me every single thing you know about him. Hobbies, educational background, his medical and family history, sexual habits." Emma placed her feet close together side by side and examined her sneakers. They were dark gray, with shiny gray patterns shaped like flames, and heels and toes that were dark pink. Alberg said, "I'll also be checking airports, airlines, buses, trains, okay?" He was smiling to her, trying to be reassuring. Emma looked up at him. "You won't lie to me, will you?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, if you find out that he's—" "If I find out that something's happened to him?" He shook his head. "No, of course I won't lie to you. I think that's unlikely, though. I think if anything had happened to him, you would have been notified by now." She nodded wearily. "I know, I think so, too." "Emma, are you sure you can't tell me something that might explain why he'd want to leave?" She shook her head and knew immediately that she'd done it too quickly. She tried to look thoughtful. It was hard not to tell him about that business with the gun. The only reason she didn't was so as not to confuse him. It would sound positively melodramatic, and he'd never be able to get it out of his mind, and probably he'd decide, privately, that she was better off without Charlie, and he wouldn't look for him at all. He'd just pretend to look for him, and then eventually he'd come back to the house and report his failure. "I honestly can't, no." She moved away from the piano and sat down in the easy chair again, reaching for her coffee cup. "I know this is a cliché, but I thought we had a very good marriage. I really did, and I deserve to know if I was wrong." "Sometimes there just aren't any good answers," said Alberg, "no matter how important the questions are." "People should be required to provide some, though," Emma said sharply, "as unsatisfactory as they may be." "You're right," he said, flipping open his notebook. "Okay, let's get started. Tell me about Charlie. Don't leave anything out," he said. But he knew she would. Chapter 25. "Sometimes I talk to myself," Eddie confided to Sylvia. "Me too." He looked at her in surprise. "Really?" Then he saw her grinning at him, and understood that she was making a joke. Of course she didn't talk to herself. A person living with those kids would never get a chance to talk to herself. "You should have another pet, maybe," said Sylvia, glancing up at him from her supper. He'd cooked pasta and a sauce made from tomatoes, zucchini, bacon, and onion. Usually he just ate easy stuff, but whenever Sylvia came over, he did up something special. "You could get one free from the SPCA." "That's a dumb idea," Eddie scoffed. "I got my job, I got the gym, I got my project." He slathered margarine over one of the rolls he picked up from the Safeway on his way home. "I got no time for pets." He'd had gerbils once, woke up one morning, and instead of 2 of them, he had 14. This had rattled Eddie, and he hadn't wanted a pet since. "What is this project, anyway?" He made his eyes very narrow and peeked at her. Sylvia was wearing jeans and a yellow sweater, and she'd let her long brown hair fall loose. He wished he could confide in her about the notes, about having to do surveillance on that house full of girls. But he'd gone past that point now, the point where Sylvia could help him. Melanie dying like that, he knew Sylvia wouldn't stand for it. "Oh, you know," he said vaguely. He blotted up the last of the pasta sauce on his plate with a chunk of roll and stuffed the roll into his mouth. "A project, nothing." He knew how much he owed Sylvia. He trusted her more than anybody else in the world. "It must be pretty important. You need a new envelope for it," she said. "Why can't you just take from miscellaneous?" But he didn't trust her completely. That would be too much responsibility for anybody, Eddie thought, to be trusted completely. He grunted, instead of answering her, and stood up to clear the table. "I got ice cream for dessert and a nice cantaloupe." "So did you do it?" she asked him casually over dessert. "Apologize?" He'd been expecting this, of course, so he was ready for it. "She came into the drugstore one day," he said, digging into his cantaloupe, "and I spoke to her, yeah." Sylvia was looking at him fondly, with a little smile. "There, you see?" And he hadn't lied either. When Sylvia had left, Eddie washed the dishes and put them away, and wiped off the cracked linoleum that covered the kitchen countertop. And he even cleaned the tiny window above the sink, the one that looked into the bottom of a hydrangea bush. Then he sat at the kitchen table with his shoebox of envelopes and went through them carefully, one by one. They were full of money. He'd cashed his paycheck today. That was why Sylvia had come over for supper. She came once a month to help him organize his finances, and in real life, that is to say, when things were normal, not all jerked around like now, these were Eddie's favorite days. He felt very wealthy, peering into his envelopes, as though he could afford anything in the world. He also had a bank account. He used to have two of them, one for paying for stuff and one for saving, but that got too confusing. So Sylvia said he could make do with just one, the one for saving. A little book came with it, in which it got written down how much money was in there, which wasn't much. But Sylvia said it was important to put in a little bit every time he got paid. She said that gradually it would pile up on itself, and one day he'd look in the little book and be flabbergasted at how much was there. Flabbergasted. That was the word she'd said. He'd be just flabbergasted to find out how much money he had all of a sudden. This made Eddie laugh and shake his head. But he did it every 2 weeks. He took his paycheck into the bank and cashed it, and then put a little bit into his savings account. And when Sylvia came, he showed her the book. The pile of money did get bigger, too. He had to admit it, but so far he wasn't flabbergasted. The envelopes in the shoebox were 4 inches high and 9.5 inches long. They had to be that size, so the bills inside didn't get all squeezed. Each one had a word printed on it, and a number. For example, one said, "Rent, $450. There were envelopes that said food, telephone, cigarettes, movies, all spelled right, all with figures on them worked out by Eddie and Sylvia together. And if one of the envelopes came up empty before he got another paycheck, well then, like Sylvia said, putting on a deep voice, pretending to be Dad, "That's how the cookie crumbles, my man, that's how she crumbles." Eddie often thought about how different things might be, things like his life and the way he lived it, if his dad hadn't died. Eddie didn't have to worry about stuff like heat and electricity, because they were included in his rent. He didn't have to worry about remembering to pay the rent, because the man who lived upstairs, or sometimes it was the woman, came down on the first day of the month and knocked on his door, and Eddie went to the shoebox and got the envelope marked rent, which he never touched except for then, and took the money out of it and handed it to the landlord, and that would be that. He might even still be living at home if his dad hadn't died. This had happened a long, long time ago. Eddie had trouble remembering his dad. which was why Sylvia, who was older, did his voice from time to time. She could remember him, and she tried to bring him back a little bit for Eddie. He didn't have to worry about his medical insurance either, because the drugstore looked after that for him. Same with his taxes. He'd been worried when he first learned about all the stuff you had to do living on your own, but Sylvia had gotten him so well organized he hardly worried about anything anymore. He considered himself to be a very happy person, and so it was no damn wonder. His mom hadn't died, but he hadn't seen her for years. She'd run off with some guy. Well, she'd run off with several guys. But the last time, when Eddie was 14 and Sylvia was 20, she hadn't bothered to come back. The project's envelope had $50 in it. He didn't know whether this would be enough or not. Hell, he could always use some of the money in his bank account if he had to. Sylvia wouldn't like that, but it was his money after all. He used to have a car payment to look after, too, but he never had an envelope for that. And now the Camaro was all his, thought Eddie, and he felt a great woof of pride in his chest, even though he couldn't drive his car right now. It was lucky Sylvia hadn't asked him about his Camaro, but then why would she? Sylvia wasn't much interested in cars, which always surprised Eddie because of her job. He'd had to get a loan to buy the Camaro, a bronze 81 Z28 with a hatch roof, which was 2 removable glass panels. Sylvia went to the bank with him. He hadn't gotten things quite straight in his mind, though, not right away. He hadn't understood that he was supposed to put all this extra money in his bank account so that the bank could take it out to pay for his loan. And so when the bank poked around in his bank account looking for its money, it wasn't there. He got into trouble about that. It started eating away at him, that damn loan. He hated the idea that he was driving around in this car that really wasn't his at all, but the damn bank's. It happened there was a big snowstorm right about then, and Eddie hired himself out as a snow shoveler. He worked hard at that, and he put in extra time at work, as much as they'd give him, and when the snow melted, he looked in the paper and got other kinds of work. He didn't do anything for months except work. All he had in his mind was paying the bank as fast as he could, and finally one day the loan was gone and the Camaro was his. It wasn't just not really owning the car that had bothered him. It was also the fact that the bank could go snuffling around in his private account like they had. He was outraged to find this out. It was very, very wrong. It was just as wrong as if his landlord had come downstairs and unlocked Eddie's door and snuffled around in Eddie's private stuff, just because the landlord owned the house Eddie was living in. He said this over and over to Sylvia, and finally she agreed that he was right. But she told him being right wasn't going to change anything. The bank was still going to poke around in his accounts if he owed them money. So he decided to make damn sure never to owe them money again. From now on, he told Sylvia grimly, he'd save up his damn money until he had what he needed to buy stuff with. Even a house, Sylvia had said with a grin. But Eddie just looked disgusted at her, because what would he want with a house? Sitting outside the girl's house with his notebook and pen, he thought it again. What would he ever want with a house? Too damn big, too damn scary. Who the hell would ever want a whole house folded around them? Eddie looked into the envelope marked cigarettes. Now, here was a depressing state of affairs. He could only afford 1 package of cigarettes a week. That worked out to 3 smokes a day, every day but Sunday, when he only got to have 2, which made him pretty damn mad. This was partly what the $50 in his project's envelope was for. Extra cigarettes. You couldn't stand watch for hours on end without having a few extra smokes to pass the time. The movies envelope contained $45. That was enough for 3 movies, including a small bag of popcorn and a diet Sprite every time. If he got real busy with the surveillance project, he might not be able to go to 3 movies, and then he could use some of that money for more smokes. He put the lid on the shoebox and pushed it into the middle of the table. He held on to the edge of the tabletop and tilted his chair back so that it was resting on only its back legs. The shoebox was a symbol of peace and good order. He looked around the kitchen with a little sigh. After a while, he stood up and got a beer from the fridge. He went over to the TV set and turned it on, then went to the hook on the wall by the door and got the notebook and pen out of his jacket pocket. He sat down in a big stuffed chair that was covered with a plaid blanket. He put the beer on the coffee table and put his feet up next to it and opened the notebook. There were just the 3 of them, no more. That much he'd found out. Now he had to keep on watching the house until he'd figured out when they were all likely to be away at the same time, and then he'd go up to the door, carrying his repairman's toolbox, and get inside, one way or another, forcing the lock or breaking the window or something. Commotion began occurring in Eddie's stomach. He closed the notebook, focused on the TV, and drank from his can of beer with one hand, while gently rubbing his gut with the other. Chapter 26. Emma was asleep, dreaming. In her dream, she became aware of place, bedroom, and of self. Emma in the bedroom, in the bed, covered up by the quilt, sleeping. Gradually she drifted, in her dream, out of sleep and into wakefulness. She began hearing sounds. Someone, somewhere, was crying. At first she thought it was a baby, then in her dream reminded herself that they didn't have any babies yet. And then she thought maybe it was an animal, and reminded herself that animals don't weep. Maybe it's me then, she thought. Maybe it's me weeping. But she was aware in her dream that her closed eyes were empty of tears. The sound had been far away. Now it got closer, and a terrible cold thrill swept over Emma in her dream as she realized that it wasn't weeping at all she was hearing, but laughter. The laughter was becoming louder, moving nearer and nearer to her bed. Emma tried to open her eyes, but couldn't. It was as though they'd been stuck shut with glue. She struggled to see through her forehead or through the upper part of her cheeks, but couldn't. She began clawing at her face, trying to claw her eyes open, and the laughter was very close now, almost on top of her. Emma's eyes flew open, and she stared with them, seeing and not seeing, her heart beating fast, and her hands all sweaty, clutched together between her breasts. She was lying on her side, looking at the bedside table, seeing that the clock read 6:19. She threw back the quilt and got up and went into the bathroom. When she came out, she put on a robe and got a glass of orange juice from the kitchen, then climbed back into bed and sat there, leaning against 2 pillows, watching the light filter through the curtains that covered the French doors and the window. She'd never had that dream before. Emma seldom dreamed at all, or at least she seldom remembered her dreams. She knew she must dream because everybody did. It was necessary for healthy sleep, necessary to have the kind of dreams that made your eyeballs move back and forth behind your closed lids. So she supposed she did it all right, but just never remembered that she dreamed. Well, seldom. She knew she'd never dreamed that dream before. It was no mystery to her, though, this nightmare she'd had. It was obviously a dream about when Charlie thought he wanted to shoot her. But it was upsetting to have that unfortunate event come slipping evilly back into her life, as if it weren't terrible enough that the man had disappeared. Now bad memories of him had to start popping up in her dreams. Emma felt she'd been ambushed, bushwhacked by a nightmare. She noticed that her hands trembled a little, holding the glass of orange juice. She was aware of the silence in the bedroom. She began taking small, jerky glances around the room. "What's going on?" she thought, worried. "Of course I'm nervous," she told herself, "and of course I understand why. I just had a damn nightmare, and it's taking me a while to readjust to the real world, that's all." There was nothing on Charlie's night table but dust. Nothing in the drawer but the gun. When had he moved it there? Before he left? Of course before he left, she thought impatiently. His closet was still stuffed with his clothes. At least it was, as far as Emma knew. They'd all been there the last time she looked. All of his clothes except, of course, the ones he was wearing when he left. But staring at the closet door, she became uncertain about this, and visualized a lot of empty hangers. "Oh, shit," she thought angrily. She got out of bed, crossed the room, slid open the mirrored door to Charlie's closet, and yes, his clothes were still there. Of course they're still there, thought Emma. Did she think he'd sneak back in the night to collect them? She wondered. What are his plans for me? She pushed the closet door closed and went back to bed. He had worked everything out with the utmost care, including her money supply. She hadn't thought about money at first. She'd had plenty of cash in her wallet and was, of course, preoccupied with Charlie, with worry and anguish. It wasn't until she had to write a check. Maybe it was for Bernie, or maybe for the phone bill. Anyway, this focused her thinking upon money, and she was suddenly alarmed. What if he'd taken it all? So she hurried to the bank machine. She inserted her card, and the machine blinked, "Welcome and bienvenue," and asked which language she preferred. Emma chose English and requested a balance, and then another balance. In the checking account, there was $2,372.87. In the savings account, there was $13,944.16. Emma looked after the household finances. She knew there was nothing missing from either account. At first, this had consoled her. She'd told herself that nobody goes off to start a new life without money. Charlie hadn't taken any money, ergo, he hadn't gone off to start a new life. He'd probably killed himself, she thought, feeling reckless with Charlie's life, feeling impatient about Charlie's life, wanting to put him somewhere in her mind, in her past, in her memories, wanting to get him out of the way. He wasn't dead, though, she thought now, drinking orange juice in tiny sips, holding the glass in both hands, with the quilt drawn up almost to her chin. She knew that because of her dream. They'd had a crisis that night. There was no question about it. But everything had turned out fine. Better than fine. Well. In fact, very well indeed. They'd talked, and she'd comforted him, and he'd apologized, and she'd admitted her faults too, and resolved to be an even better wife. And then they'd gotten on with things, with life, with their marriage. She'd tried to persuade Charlie to get some therapy, but he'd resisted gently and lovingly, but firmly. And Emma had to admit that, as it turned out, he hadn't needed it. She remembered the feel of his head pressed against her, the heat generated by his body. She felt it on her hands and on her breasts, and the shudder and the tears. And before that, Emma set the glass down hard and got out of bed. She whipped jeans and a sweater from her closet, socks and underwear from a drawer, and took her clothes into the bathroom and turned on the shower. She pulled off her nightgown and stepped out of her panties. And then, suddenly, she had no energy. There was no strength in her muscles. Her bones had turned to rubber. Emma let herself sit down on the edge of the tub. She saw the gun barrel clearly, moving spasmodically through the air, as if Charlie's arm were twitching. What if he misses, she'd thought. What'll he do if he misses? What if it doesn't kill me? What if it kills part of my brain and leaves part of it alive? It won't hurt if it hits my brain, she'd thought, because the brain doesn't feel pain. all these thoughts she'd had. It amazed her, remembering that, paralyzed with terror, she'd had any thoughts at all. "Charlie," she'd said to him. "Charlie," soft and gentle, saying his name, saying, "What? Don't? Goodbye? I love you?" Anyway, saying his name. And he'd lowered the gun. And then she realized she was lying in a puddle of her own urine. Emma stood up and went over to the bathroom door and locked it. Today, she decided, she would have every single lock in the house changed. Chapter 27. Cassandra Mitchell drove to work on Friday, the 1st of May, through a brilliant morning, breezy and fragrant. The window was open, and her hair was blowing around her face. She felt recklessly happy, for no reason at all except that it was spring. And because she was happy, she felt slim and supple and full of grace, maybe even attractive. Oh, hell, she thought modestly. Let's face it, I am attractive. She slowed and stopped to let a pair of elderly women cross the street. They waved a greeting, and she smiled, waving back, feeling good, like a useful and even important part of the community. She'd miss that if she left. But she'd find it again, she told herself, in another small town or in a big city neighborhood. She drove past a young man who was painting the exterior of a shop that professed to sell antiques. He wore cut-offs and sneakers and a bright orange eye shade. His bare back was smooth and already becoming tanned. She admired his broad shoulders and observed the slimness of his hips. One leg supported all his weight. The other was bent, resting. Under his arms she saw tufts of dark hair. It would be a simple, natural thing for anybody, Cassandra thought, of either sex, to fall in love with such a body. She wheeled around the corner, indulging herself for a moment in a delicious sexual fantasy having to do with beautiful male bodies and seawater the color of emeralds and a hot deserted beach with a big swing suspended from the branch of an arbutus tree. She wondered about Karl's sexual fantasies. If he had any, he sure didn't share them with her. She parked the car, let herself into the library, and locked the door behind her. She had some paperwork to do in the 2 hours remaining before the library opened. The place had a lot of windows. One whole wall was made of glass, and Cassandra felt furtive in there with the closed sign on the door. She tiptoed around like an intruder, watering the fig trees and the ferns, wishing she couldn't be seen by people passing by. Suddenly there was a loud banging on the window. Cassandra whirled around to see a face crushed hard against the glass. His features were deformed by the pressure, but she recognized the spiky hair and the red and black check jacket. "No," she said sternly, waving her hand in energetic dismissal. "Go away." He pushed harder on the glass. His upper lip flattened to reveal his gums. His nose squashed itself almost flat. "Peter," said Cassandra loudly, "the library's not open yet. Go away." He beat his fists against the glass. She heard him weeping. "You can't come in until 10 o'clock, she said sternly. He began to moan and turned around, leaning against the window, and banged the back of his head, slowly, again and again, on the glass. "Peter, I'm going to call the police again," she yelled at him. "Go away, beat it. I don't want you here." Suddenly he slumped. His entire body sagged. She thought he might collapse in a boneless heap on the sidewalk, but he didn't. He drooped off down the street without a backward glance. Cassandra took refuge in the windowless office behind the counter and put on a pot of coffee. She was used to people using the library as shelter, people who lived alone. Maybe some of them didn't live anywhere at all, although she didn't like to consider that possibility. She told herself it was very unlikely there were homeless people in Seashelt. But there certainly were people who, for whatever reason, sought out the library more for its warmth, sociability, and comfortable chairs than for the reading material it offered. Cassandra didn't mind this. She considered it one of the services the library provided, no less useful because it was inadvertent. Peter had started out as one of these people, a middle-aged man on welfare whose brain didn't work like other people's, who had nothing to do with his days. He was lonely and wistful, and Cassandra had welcomed him at first, not making too much of it, asking what he liked to read and helping him find easy things he could manage, pleased to see him become absorbed. But then she'd noticed him watching her. He held an open book in 2 hands, but his eyes weren't on the book. They were following Cassandra. He wasn't even bothering to turn the page now and then, just for show. She began to pay him less attention. One day he came in holding a piece of cardboard and held it up for her to read the message printed there. "I love you." And things had gone from bad to worse. She did call the police from time to time when his attentions became insistent, but there wasn't much they could do. They escorted him home, but he often just came back again and took up residence on the sidewalk across the street for a while, in front of the real estate office, squatting there with his legs splayed apart, elbows on his knees, fists supporting his chin, staring over at the library until the manager of the real estate office came out and sent him packing. Cassandra sat at her desk and picked up a stack of file folders. She looked at the wall and held to the files close to her chest. She felt as though something ominous had occurred, and wondered if she was having a premonition, even though she didn't believe in premonitions. At least, she thought she didn't. She lamented all her laziness, all the thoughtful things she'd left undone. The grit of insufficiency, she thought, is clogging up my motor. It was living in a small town that was doing it. Living in a city would be a lot better for her. Less is required of one's neighbor in a big city, and anonymity is easily achieved. Peter hadn't come back when she opened the library. If she was lucky, he'd forget about her for the rest of the day. Phyllis Dempster bustled in with an armful of books just before noon. By that time, the volunteer had arrived, and Cassandra allowed herself to be dragged off for lunch at Earl's Cafe. Afterward, she and Phyllis walked along the beach for a while, and Phyllis tried to get Cassandra to talk about Alberg. "It's because of me that you met him, after all," she argued. "Therefore, you owe me periodic updates." Cassandra and Alberg had met through the companions section of the Vancouver Sun, where Cassandra, at Phyllis's urging, had placed an ad. "So, how are things going? Are you two going to get married, or what?" Cassandra sat down on a log and scooped up a handful of sand and let it trickle through her fingers. "Believe me, Phyllis, there is nothing to tell. Nothing." She looked up at her friend, shading her eyes with her hand. Phyllis had let her blonde hair grow and was wearing it in a chignon. She looked elegant and dissatisfied. Cassandra knew she was feeling even more restless than usual these days, since her youngest child had left home. "What makes you think I'd even want to get married?" Phyllis sat down next to her. "I don't, particularly, but usually when you're seeing a guy for as long as you've been seeing Karl, usually something happens, something develops. You don't just, tread water year after year." Cassandra gazed out across Trail Bay. "You're right," she said after a while. "Treading water. That's what it is, all right." Regret raced swiftly across her heart, catching her by surprise. She got up, wrapping her sunglasses across her eyes to hide her tears. "I think I have to take some action, Phyllis." "Oh, dear." She bowed her head, and Phyllis put her arms around her. "Oh, Cassandra, I didn't mean to upset you. Don't. Stop crying, please. Oh, now look, I'm doing it too." Chapter 28. One day, when she and Charlie had been married for almost 2 years, Emma was loading the washing machine when she became aware of perfume. Startled, she turned swiftly around to see who had come into the laundry room so silently. But there was no one. Emma lifted Charlie's white shirt to her face and sniffed. She was looking out the window in the top of the laundry room door, and she saw that there were flakes of snow in the air, drifting lazily down. If the snow started falling thickly, she thought, Charlie would call to say he wouldn't be coming home, that he'd stay in a hotel somewhere. She watched the snowflakes, the white shirt pressed to her face, and as she watched, they stopped falling. "Emma, I'm home." Emma waited for him in the kitchen. She heard the hall closet open and close. She heard him move down the hall and into the bedroom, then the living room. A few minutes later he appeared with a glass of scotch, looking for ice. "Hi," he said, smiling at her. "Charlie, are you having an affair?" He looked at her quickly, and Emma fancied she saw guilt oozing from his pores, along with a considerable amount of self-satisfaction. She waited for his denial. She imagined it would be forceful and in some way accusatory. She was prepared to deal with that. "How did you find out?" said Charlie. Emma blinked through her shock. "Who is it?" "Nobody you know." "But who is it?" "It doesn't matter." Emma, unsteady, wanted to sit down, but instead she pressed her left hand against the refrigerator for support. "Doesn't matter?" She was incredulous. "Doesn't matter?" She gazed into Charlie's face. He was physically very close to her, yet the distance between them seemed vast. Emma struggled for words. "Of course it matters. It's extremely important, in fact. Who she is, that defines my problem." "No," said Charlie. "No, it doesn't, Emma." He was looking at her gently now, and politely, suffering patiently through her pain. "Do you love her?" said Emma, her voice sounding comically strangled. "Love her?" said Charlie. "No." "Why do you sound surprised?" "I'm not. I don't know. Did I sound surprised?" Emma couldn't stand to look at him any more. "I'm going out," she said abruptly. She thought he might try to prevent her, but he didn't. She drove aimlessly along the highway, and when she got to Gibson's, she went into a cafe and sat there drinking coffee and measuring the length and breadth of her humiliation. She considered catching the last ferry from Langdale and spending the night with Lorraine, who could be counted on for sympathy and support, because she'd never liked Charlie. But Emma didn't want Lorraine to know about Charlie's faithlessness. She drove home slowly, through the snow that had begun falling again, thinking about what to do, how to handle the situation. When she got there, Charlie was in bed, asleep. Pretending to be asleep, probably. Emma had a long hot bath. By the time she climbed into bed, Charlie's slumber was real. Before she and Charlie got married, Emma had bought and read just about every book there was about being a spouse. She was studying, preparing for her new life. Now she hauled the books out again and pored over them with grim concentration. She was particularly concerned with the sections that dealt with infidelity. 2 years ago she had skimmed these chapters, so certain had she been of Charlie. Her simple-mindedness took her breath away. As Emma interpreted what she read, adultery was something for which she ought definitely to have been prepared. She concluded, not pleased to do so, that if she'd been properly alert to Charlie's unconscious signaling, she could have prevented this awful thing from happening. But despite her stupidity, her marriage was apparently by no means a lost cause. There were, she read, things she could do that would effectively put the whole shabby enterprise behind her. She would throw herself more devotedly than ever into being Charlie's wife, and would say no more about his affair. And that's exactly what she'd done. She'd ignored it, wiped it from her mind, soldiered on as though adultery had never occurred, never mentioned it again. "Charlie got the wrong idea about you," said Lorraine on Sunday. Emma hadn't discussed Charlie's infidelity with Lorraine, but now, 4 years later, she could hardly conceal his disappearance. "Because of that damn play you were in," said Lorraine. Emma had done all sorts of extracurricular things at college, not in a helter-skelter fashion, but calculatedly. It was important, she'd decided, not to become involved in anything she'd have to merely pretend to enjoy. She could be trapped into doing it all her life, if it happened to be the thing that brought her together with her future husband. She avoided athletics, therefore, and the chess club, and the various activities having to do with computers. She ended up being stuck, almost by default, with the arts. She found it pleasant, though, to sit in the music department's recital hall, listening to people sing or play instruments. It was diverting to attend exhibits of work done by art students, and she liked going to plays. When one day she saw a poster in the Student Union building inviting people to audition for parts in the Players Club production of something called Crimes of the Heart, she thought, why not? And was astonished when she ended up playing one of the 3 leading roles. "Why did he get the wrong idea about me?" she asked Lorraine. "Because I shot my husband in the stomach?" Lorraine shook her head and stubbed out her cigarette. "Because you talked in that fake Southern accent and looked pretty and helpless." Emma frowned. "I was pretty and helpless." Lorraine hooted. "Also," she went on, linking her hands behind her head, "it was a big part, and he probably thought you were a serious actress." "I wasn't very good, though." "No, but you could have been serious without being good yet, couldn't you?" "So maybe Charlie thought he was marrying an artist." Emma was becoming depressed. "You mean, and then when he knew better, he was disappointed?" "Yeah, maybe." Emma stood up and went to the window. Lorraine lived not far from the university, where she went to summer school every year to upgrade her teaching certificate. Emma liked Dunbar Street. It was a busy street, full of little shops and restaurants and gas stations and low-rise apartment buildings, and every so often a supermarket. Emma rested her forehead against the glass and looked out at the bright spring evening. "I hardly miss him, you know. His things are there. It's easy to pretend he's at work, or out doing something, and any minute he'll be home, even in bed." Lorraine laughed softly from her Swedish lounging chair. A young woman came out of the fitness place across the street, wearing shorts and a sleeveless T-shirt, a gym bag slung across her shoulders. She unlocked her bicycle, put on her helmet, swung onto the seat and rode off, merging smoothly with the traffic. Emma marveled at her confidence, the way she acted as if she and her bicycle belonged on the street with all those cars and trucks, and she admired the tautness of the young girl's calves and thighs, and the speed and purposefulness with which she pedaled out of sight. Emma turned from the window. "Maybe I'll move back to the city." "Think again." Lorraine reached for her cigarettes and lighter. "This used to be a nice, quiet part of town. There have been 4 burglaries and 2 places set on fire, all in the last 6 months. She lit a cigarette and emptied her glass, which had contained scotch and water. "Besides, you want Charlie to know where to find you, don't you?" Emma sat down on the edge of a love seat and smoothed her dress over her thighs. It was badly creased, because it was linen. Why did people wear linen, anyway? Why was she stupid enough to keep on buying things made of linen when she knew very well that they would always look as if she'd slept in them? "Do you really think he's likely to come back?" Emma was surprised at how angry she sounded. Lorraine shrugged. "Do you think one day I'll pick up the phone," Emma went on, "and it'll be him? Or answer the doorbell? He'd have to ring the bell, even if he kept his keys, because I've had the locks changed." At least if he did come back, she thought, he wouldn't be bringing that damn gun to point at her head again. She had the gun now. "I don't know, Emma. Personally, I don't know why you'd want him back." Emma looked at her, thinking. Lorraine was tall, lanky, and untidy, with a generous amount of thick brown hair, almond-shaped brown eyes, and in summer a sprinkling of freckles across her cheekbones. Today she was wearing pull-on khaki-colored shorts and a gray T-shirt that said Vancouver in electric blue letters. A couple of her fingers were stained with cigarette smoke. She was barefoot. "Do you want him back?" "He probably threw his house keys away," said Emma. "Into the dumpster with my picture." "What dumpster?" Lorraine sounded exasperated now. "What picture?" "There's a man trying to find Charlie for me, a policeman, but he's only doing it as a favor. Will you talk to him?" "What do you mean, he's doing it as a favor?" "I guess I'll have to pay him. He's not doing it as his job. That's what I mean. If a person goes away because he wants to, you can't get the police to go after him." "Jesus, Emma, what a dork he is, that Charlie." She looked into Emma's face. "Are you in a lot of pain?" Emma thought there ought to be more to friendship than whatever existed between her and Lorraine. They had met at university in an English class, and Lorraine had introduced Emma to Charlie, whom she'd known for most of her life. This had been enough to forge something between them, but it was an odd relationship. Emma thought Lorraine continued it at least partly out of guilt for having gotten her and Charlie together, even though that's what Emma had wanted. "Of course I'm in pain." She needed Lorraine, Emma realized. She was practically the only friend she had. My God, she thought, gazing at Lorraine, who had friends and colleagues and parents and brothers and sisters-in-law and 2 nephews and a niece. How did this happen? How did I get to be so alone? She left Lorraine's apartment in the early evening and drove to a small apartment house, a 4-plex, on West 7th Avenue. She looked at the name of the letterbox for apartment 1 and saw that it had changed. But she had to be absolutely sure. Emma rang the bell for the caretaker and made her inquiry. "Oh, Helena moved out months ago," said the caretaker, a large woman with tightly permed gray hair. "In the summer." "Did she leave a forwarding address?" "Yeah, sure, but I can't remember what the hell it was now, at this late date." "But it was somewhere else in the city, was it?" "Hell no, she went home to her folks, someplace in Saskatchewan." A nagging weight lifted from Emma's heart. "Thank you," she said with a luminous smile. Chapter 29. Ray Knudsen leaned across the counter of the restaurant he owned with his wife Frida. "What an awful thing," he said, almost in a whisper, so as not to be overheard by the red-haired man in the beige jacket who was reading a newspaper 3 stools away. Kathy nodded. "I still can't believe it," said Ray, who was tall and bony, with very wide shoulders and no hips. "I feel like it was my fault, you know." He was wearing an apron with a bib. "I mean, she wouldn't have been out on the street at that hour, except she was on her way here, you know." His long brown hair was pulled back sleek and clean and secured with an elastic band. "It wasn't your fault, Ray," said Kathy. "I know it, but it feels like it was." He reached under the counter for a small cardboard box. "Here's her stuff." She took the box from him and headed toward the door. "We really miss her," he said quietly. Kathy looked through the restaurant's glass door at the post office across the street. People were hurrying in and out. It looked very busy over there, almost as if it were Christmas time. Kathy counted the months between today and Christmas, and wondered if it was enough time in which to get over the death of a friend. "Yeah, me too," she said, and went out onto the street. She walked home through a neighborhood that during the last 3 years had become as familiar as the one in which she'd grown up. She liked this. It was good to feel comfortable in a house, a neighborhood that was unknown to her family. Having one's own neighborhood, she thought, verified one's independence. She walked down the street, the box casually nestled in the crook of her arm, and gazed upon the establishments she frequented: the dry cleaner, the bakery, the hardware store, the convenience store that sold almost nothing but flowers. Then the ache was there again, twisting in the back of her throat, the ache of mourning. And she thought that she probably wouldn't be going to Ray's Cafe any more, Probably none of them would. For the first time, Kathy acknowledged that she might not continue to live here, in this neighborhood, in that house. Even if the three of them carried on with the original plan for the summer, and that wasn't certain, they were all mulling it over. But even if they did, who was to say whether they'd be back here in the fall? Kathy walked on to the end of the block, and then stopped and carefully leaned her body against the corner of the gourmet coffee store. Her day-to-day life seemed to consist of nothing but a series of shocks. Of course, she'd never had anybody die on her before. It was probably totally normal that the world went out of joint for a while when a person you cared about died. But if you weren't prepared for it, you could get pretty shook up. Kathy staggered through each day, bewildered and tense, with an arm raised, metaphorically speaking, against the new blows that she knew would fall. People walked past her, and some of them she recognized, but most of them she didn't. For the most part, they ignored her, which was soothing. Kathy closed her eyes and rested, her bum and her knapsack and the back of her head pressed against the concrete wall of the coffee store. You'd think the news would have swept everywhere by now, into every little nook and cranny of the neighborhood. The police had investigated. They'd treated it like the serious crime it was. Kathy had thought everyone in the whole city must have known what happened. But the woman in the bakery had asked just 2 days ago where Melanie was. And the harassed young mother down the street had come over last night, looking for Melanie to babysit. And mail was still coming for her, and phone calls, too. She wasn't erased. She hadn't been expunged. Traces of Melanie remained. Little bits of her continued to trail through Kathy's days. A little bit of Melanie had gotten woven permanently into Kathy's life. A little bit of her had become part of Kathy herself, and Kathy liked that, but it hurt, too. She opened her eyes. A big man with red hair was standing on the sidewalk across the street, staring at her intensely. Now this was the kind of stuff she meant. I'd go all weird, she thought, and start falling asleep against buildings, causing people to stop and stare at me. Flustered, she pushed herself away from the wall and adjusted the straps of her knapsack. When she glanced back at him, the man was gone. Kathy trudged around the corner and headed for home. It was a cloudy day, cool and fragrant, the kind of day against which spring blossoms glow most brightly, in the absence of competition from the sun. Kathy walked home through the quiet afternoon, thinking about decisions that had to be made, and as she approached the house, she walked more and more slowly. She stood on the sidewalk in front of the laurel hedge, holding the box, which was so light she'd barely been aware of it, carrying it all this way. She stood with her weight on one foot, looking down at the cracks in the sidewalk. She was wearing jeans, tucked into hiking boots, and a long, long sweater, wine-colored. She felt as if she were about to set off on a journey. She pushed her hair away from her face and looked up and down the block. Some of the ornamental plum trees were still blooming, but most of the petals had fallen to the ground. Across the street, Mrs. Garber's huge rhododendron bush was smothered in ivory-colored blooms. Kathy had been staring at it admiringly one day, the first spring she'd lived here. And Mrs. Garber had come outside and told her what it was, and that it was more than 50 years old. She was the only person on the block who'd lived in her house ever since it was built. Most of the houses in this part of town had been renovated and turned into rental accommodations. The house Kathy lived in, for instance, contained 3 suites, one on each floor. Kathy was fond of Mrs. Garber. She thought about going over there right now and inviting herself in for a cup of coffee. Instead, she turned and went through the gap in the hedge. There was a big climbing rose at the front of the house. It grew up on a trellis between the porch and one of the main floor windows. It was so old that its stem was as thick as the trunk of a small tree. Once a year the owner of the house sent somebody around to cut it back, and the apple tree in the backyard as well. Kathy noticed dozens of rosebuds as she climbed onto the porch and fitted her key in the lock. It was amazing that the thing went on blooming like mad, year after year, when nobody paid it any attention at all. She went into what had been Melanie's room and put the box from the restaurant on the bed. Then she joined her roommates in the kitchen, which was at the back of the house, next to the large bedroom Sandy and Caroline shared. "I think we should go," she told them, "just like we planned." "Yeah," said Sandy wearily. "That's what we figure, too." "I mean, lots of luck finding anything else to do at this late date," said Caroline. "Good," said Kathy with relief. "That's settled, then." She poured herself some coffee. "I'm going to finish packing up Melanie's stuff." They had offered to take her things home to her parents. An hour later, Sandy and Caroline left to get some take-out food. Kathy sat exhausted on the edge of Melanie's bed and looked at the room's bare walls. Large, clean rectangles indicated where her movie posters had hung. Surrounded by boxes filled with Melanie's belongings, Kathy couldn't find Melanie anywhere. Eventually, she got a felt pen from the kitchen and printed Melanie's name in big red letters on each of the boxes. She was putting the cap back on the pen when she heard the mailman climb the steps and make his deliveries. Kathy smoothed Melanie's mattress and left the room, closing the door gently behind her. She went into her bedroom undressed and put on a robe. Then she remembered the mail and stepped out on the porch to check the box. But it was empty. She glanced at the other two boxes, both stuffed full, and stood there frowning for a moment, puzzled. Kathy had a quick bath and put on clean jeans and underwear and the same wine-colored sweater. She was in the kitchen setting out plates and cutlery when her roommates returned with dinner. Caroline put the bag on the counter, and Sandy tossed the mail onto the table. Kathy stared at it. "Where'd you get this?" "Would you believe the mailbox?" said Sandy, leafing through the envelopes. "Shit, another one for Melanie." She dropped it into a box on the counter. "I looked before," said Kathy. "There wasn't any." "I guess he hadn't come yet," said Caroline, taking a barrel of chicken out of the bag. "No, he'd come. I heard him." "Maybe ours got put in one of the other boxes by mistake," said Caroline, removing a box of French fries and then another. "No," said Kathy loudly. Her roommates turned to her. "What's the matter?" said Sandy. "I heard him. That's what—" Kathy waved a handful of forks in the air. "I knew there was something weird. I heard him open the boxes, all of them." She remembered it vividly. Here's the mailman, she'd thought, as she heard the first box being opened. And then she chastised herself for having thought mailman. Even though she knew that the person who delivered their mail was, in fact, a man, she tried always to use terms that were not gender-specific. Mail person, she'd thought, as the second box was opened. Or maybe we should just call them letter carriers, like the post office does, she'd thought, listening for the third box. And there it was, the metallic sound of the lid being lifted and the shuffling sound of mail being thrust inside. She told her roommates this. Sandy, bewildered, asked, "So what are you saying?" "Jesus," said Caroline, staring at Kathy. "Yeah," Kathy said, nodding. She looked through the mail and dropped it back on the table. "It doesn't look like it's been tampered with. I think somebody took it out of the box and looked at it, and then put it back." "But why, for God's sake?" said Sandy. "Maybe they took something." "How would we ever know?" said Caroline. "We wouldn't," said Kathy. Chapter 30. Alberg put the phone down after his 17th call of the morning and jotted some notes on a legal-size pad of lined yellow paper. He now knew that Charlie O'Bray was in good health, that he had not, at least under his true name, applied to renew his passport, changed his mailing address, booked an airline flight, or bought a train or a bus ticket. Nor had he, since his disappearance, dipped into any bank accounts, charged anything on any of his several credit cards, gotten in touch with any of his friends, landed in the hospital, or gotten arrested. They still hadn't found his car. Alberg put his mug of coffee on the dining-room table, tossed the yellow pad next to it, and sat down. He took off his reading glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put the glasses back on. Charlie O'Bray was a thoroughly exasperating guy. With Emma's help, Alberg had spent several hours going through Charlie's things, but apart from clothes, there was little in the house that was specifically his. Almost everything in the filing cabinet in the upstairs bedroom, for instance, had to do with the operation of the household. In the desk drawers, Alberg found plain white stationery and office supplies, and a pile of bills that Charlie had paid, but no personal letters, no address book, no old shopping lists or notes to himself, or newspaper clippings. None of the fragments people usually strew behind them as they go through their days. Emma had said he'd had his briefcase with him when he left. That was where Alberg would expect him to keep an appointment book, address book, checkbook, business cards, so it wasn't surprising that these things hadn't been in the desk. He'd also opened cardboard boxes in the basement that turned out to be full of books. Charlie was going to build floor-to-ceiling shelves, Emma explained, in the upstairs bedroom, but he never got around to it. And there was a trunk, too. Emma found the key in a bureau drawer. "This is where he kept things from his childhood," she said, unlocking it, "and from his years at university." Textbooks, notebooks, term papers, yearbooks. Alberg went through them all. He was convinced, sitting at his dining-room table, drinking lukewarm coffee, that Charlie had been working on this plan for a long time. He'd taken great care to leave absolutely nothing behind that was personal, to remove everything from which any useful inferences might be drawn, and he'd done it slowly and cautiously over time, so as not to attract Emma's attention. Alberg consulted the list she'd given him. Today he would cover Charlie's partner and his lawyer, and if there was enough time, he'd try to see the person Emma said had introduced her to Charlie at university. Alberg put his reading glasses back in their case. The sun slanted through the wide windows of the sun porch and fell upon the kitchen floor and was inching tentatively into the dining room. Alberg, enjoying the quiet, found himself rubbing the surface of the table with the flat of his hand. He was very fond of this table. He'd spotted it at a used furniture place in Seashelt shortly after he moved to the Sunshine Coast. A big, round, sturdy pedestal table that looked like a table he remembered from his childhood. A single thick piece of oak was its top, and there were slats beneath for additional support. His father would have liked it. He drank more coffee, pleased with himself because he hadn't had breakfast, but already planning the big lunch he could have as a reward. He looked out the living-room window into the sunny morning and knew his grass was growing stealthily, and so were the hydrangea bushes and the roses, furtive and shifty, getting bigger and taller while he wasn't looking. But it was on his list, on one of his lists, to find somebody else to take care of all that so he could spend his free time sailing. He'd narrowed down his choice of boats to 3. "Why don't you just go out and do it, for Pete's sake?" Cassandra had said to him. She sounded unreasonably exasperated. It wasn't going to be her boat, after all. "I'm so tired of hearing you talk about it," she'd exclaimed. "When did you get so damn cautious?" Alberg had been mulling that over ever since. He didn't like to think of himself as cautious. He liked to believe he had a wide streak of recklessness in him, and he had to keep a wary eye on it, lest it get him into trouble again. He stood up and went to the window, taking his coffee along. Then he went outside and stood on the wobbly porch, looking at the fence, virtually collapsed, smothered by the hydrangeas. The air was fresh and fragrant, and after a while he wandered out of his yard and looked down at Gibson's, lying like a toy village at the bottom of the hill. He found this panorama of town, water, and distant mountains soothing to his soul. He heard the phone ringing, and even as he considered not answering it, he was on his way back into the house. "Alberg," he said. "Martin," said his mother. "What's the matter? Are you all right?" "Of course I'm all right." Alberg sat down on the kitchen stool. "I've had an idea," said his mother, "and I wanted to discuss it with you." "Okay, fine. What?" "I've been thinking of opening up a bed and breakfast place." "What? In your house?" He was incredulous. "Of course in the house, Martin. Where else?" There was a pause. "You don't like the idea?" "No, I don't like the idea. Right, I don't. Why? You aren't going to be short of money, are you?" "No, I'm fine for money. It's just I want to be doing something, Martin." "Well, but what about, I don't know, volunteer work? Listen, we've got a group here, mostly volunteers, who work with victims of crime. There must be something like it in London. I could phone around for you." "Martin, for goodness sake, I've been running my own life for a lot of years now. I don't need any help from you." Alberg sat back, leaning against the kitchen wall. "You're right." Something cool and metallic, like water from melting snow, began trickling through him. He didn't know its source, but he knew it was something not new. It was something returning. "What do you need from me, Mother?" "I need you to know this is what I want to do, and to understand why, and to accept it." She hesitated. "I had a dream, you see." "Well then," said Alberg softly, "of course I understand." A young woman sat at a desk in the middle of the reception area, behind a raised counter on which stood a small sign that read, "Nola King." Alberg, introducing himself, noticed a glass jar half filled with the gold dollar coins, known as loonies, sitting on her desk. "It's for the Christmas party," said Nola King, smiling. She looked even younger than Alberg's daughters, who were in their mid-20s. "Last year we collected $500 in that jar." "And what about that?" said Alberg, reaching down across the counter to indicate the fishbowl sitting beside her computer screen. "Is that business cards in there?" She nodded. "I collect them for my bathroom walls." He was still marveling at this when Peter Carlson hurried into the reception area and escorted Alberg to his office. "This isn't anything official," Alberg began. "I've got some time on my hands, and I've agreed to try to get a little more information for Mrs. O'Bray." "It's very embarrassing," said Carlson. "I had no idea Well, all I knew was that he'd decided to leave the firm. I didn't know he was going to—" "I know, Mr. Carlson. I wish I'd had something to tell Emma." "Maybe something's occurred to you since she was here," said Alberg hopefully. Carlson shook his head. He was wearing a dark blue suit with a white shirt and a red and white striped tie and black shoes, highly polished. He looked genuinely distressed. "We weren't close, Charlie and I, but the partnership worked very well. I had no reason to believe he was discontented." "What did he tell you about why he was leaving?" "He said, I think he didn't want to hurt my feelings. It dawned on me as he was talking that maybe he'd never been as enthusiastic about the work as I thought he was, because he looked so completely different when he said he was leaving. Very bright. Happy, I guess you'd say." "But he didn't tell you what he was going to do?" "No, I asked him, of course. He said he hadn't decided yet." "Did you believe that?" Carlson shook his head. "No, I think he knew all right." "He gave you a month's notice, Emma says. That's right. Not much time to extricate yourself from a partnership." "No, it put a strain on things, but he was very restless, like he'd made up his mind suddenly, and now he just wanted to get it done. So I accommodated him." He shrugged. "What else could I do?" "What did you notice during that last month?" said Alberg. "Was he on the phone a lot? Did he take time off? Get personal mail?" No, he worked just like always. Did an exemplary job for us right up to the last day. The only thing was, he told me that he didn't want a going-away party or a gift or even an after-work drink with the staff. He made that very plain. Probably because you would naturally have involved Emma in anything like that. I guess so, said Carlson. Tell me what you know about his personal life. What did he like to do? What did he talk about when you weren't discussing work? Let's see. Carlson gazed through his office window, absent-mindedly clicking the push-button of the ballpoint pen he held in his right hand. He liked music. He'd often stay in town overnight to go to a concert, sometimes a play. He liked the theater, too. Now, this isn't lately. He hasn't done it that much lately. But up to, I don't know, a few months ago, maybe a year, he'd do this a couple of times a month. With his wife? Usually, yes. Emma would meet him here. But not in the last year. Right. I think that's right. Were there any other changes in the last year? Carlson slowly nodded. Yes, he was a little less talkative, a little less forthcoming. He did as much work as ever, but he took more time off, too. To do what? I don't know. He never did talk much about his private life, and not at all lately. We didn't have a close personal relationship, although we liked each other. Alberg looked down at his notebook, dissatisfied. What did the guy do, Mr. Carlson, besides work and go to plays? Did he do sports? Did he read? Did he, I don't know, collect things? He played chess. Carlson looked surprised. I forgot all about that. I think he belonged to a chess club, and sometimes he'd go over to Park Royal at lunchtime and get involved in a game there. How come you forgot about it? Was this another thing he'd stopped doing? Yes, said Carlson, nodding. Alberg sighed. Okay, he closed his notebook and stood up. Thanks for your time. I'll see myself out. In the reception area, he stopped and gazed thoughtfully at the fish bowl. He waited while the receptionist dealt with an incoming call. Then he said, Tell me again what you do with those business cards, Miss King. Well, when the bowl gets full, she said, scribbling on a phone message slip, I take it home, and I take all the old cards off my bathroom walls, and I put the new ones up. She put the message into a cubbyhole beneath the counter. It's a very small bathroom, and 2 whole walls are covered in tile, so it's only 2 walls, really. And where do they come from? Where do you get them? Well, everybody contributes. It's amazing how many people have business cards. And they're always handing them out. So I asked the people in the office if they'd give me the ones they don't want. So they all drop cards in here. Mr. Carlson and Jenny, the secretary, Mr. O'Bray. When did you empty it last? I don't know, let me think. 3-4 months ago? Alberg looked into the bowl. There had to be 100 damn cards in there, he thought. Miss King, would it be all right if I borrowed this fish bowl just for a few days? Alberg had lunch at a restaurant in Park Royal and made some inquiries around the chessboard on the 2nd level, but nobody was there who remembered Charlie O'Bray. O'Bray's lawyer had an office on Marine Drive in Dunderave, a few miles west of Park Royal. Alberg saw her at 4 o'clock. As soon as he got out of her office, he phoned Emma and arranged to see her when he got back to Seashelt. She made tea, and they took their cups outside and sat at the picnic table on the patio. Alberg reported what he'd learned from the lawyer. Charlie had removed his wife as beneficiary from his insurance policies and removed her from his will. But he'd left a document with the lawyer that turned over the house, the contents of the house, and the contents of the joint bank accounts to Emma. The lawyer had been instructed to inform Emma of these matters on Friday, May 8th. Alberg had persuaded her to release the information under the circumstances 4 days early. Emma received the news in silence. Her gaze was fixed on the enormous cedar tree that stood in the back corner of the yard. "Pretty soon I'll have to get a job," she said after a while. She glanced at Alberg. "But that won't be a bad thing." He thought she looked more melancholy than anguished, more thoughtful than outraged. "Peter Carlson says Charlie changed about a year ago," he said. "Stopped going to plays and things, had less to say. Started taking some time off. Have you any idea why?" Emma looked at him for a long time, but said nothing. "What happened a year ago?" "It was inconsequential," she said at last. "You better tell me anyway." Charlie became very upset. Alberg waited, but she apparently had nothing more to say. "Why?" He got to a crisis point, you might say, in his life." "A crisis point?" "That's right." What precipitated this crisis?" "Well, I don't know, do I? It wasn't my crisis. It was Charlie's." "How did he behave? What were his symptoms?" Emma stood up and brushed energetically at her plaid skirt. She wore a red sweater with it and loafers and navy blue tights. She pushed her hair away from her face. "He got very irritable, extremely irritable. I couldn't do anything right. Everything I did was wrong." She sat down again. "And?" "What do you mean, and?" "You were going to say something else." "No, I wasn't. That's it." She poured herself more tea. Alberg doodled in his notebook. He drew a tree and made it into something resembling an arbutus, and added a rocky beach and the sea. "And one day we had a big fight," she said. "And then we talked for a long time, and each of us agreed to do certain things, and we did them." She raised her hands. And things were fine again. Better than fine. They were very good. Wonderful." "So wonderful that he's run away from you?" Her face flushed. "Right, that's right. Obviously something was going on that I wasn't aware of." She was so rigid she was almost trembling. "Emma, I have to ask you this." "You want to know if there was somebody else?" she said quickly. She shook her head. "No." "You sound very sure of that." "I am, very sure." She wouldn't keep anything from Alberg, no matter how small, no matter how disgraceful, if it might help him find Charlie. But she certainly had no intention of telling him embarrassing things that couldn't possibly be relevant. No desire whatsoever to wave her dirty laundry around in front of his eyes. She smiled at him. "More tea, Mr. Alberg." Chapter 31. Karl Alberg got in touch with Emma again by telephone late Tuesday afternoon. She had remembered to tell him about Charlie's retirement savings plan and the Canada savings bonds, and he'd been to see the Aubrais bank manager again. Now he told Emma that Charlie had cashed in the RSP, which was worth $75,000, and instead of rolling over the bonds, which had matured in March, Charlie had cashed them too, for a total of $125,000. When Emma got off the phone, she went into the bathroom and turned on the taps in the tub. She undressed and got out clean night clothes. It was only 5 o'clock, but she was ending her day. Half an hour later, she lay in her bath, immersed in bubbles, breathing fragrant steam. Someday she would have a big bathroom, a huge bathroom. There would be a large window made of glass blocks, and beneath it she'd have a long, narrow, marble-topped table with several plants on it. There would be a chaise lounge, too, and the tub would be placed diagonally within an enormous square of porcelain, providing a wide ledge for Emma's wine-glass and whatever book she might be reading. She would place white pottery candelabra, each holding 3 white candles, in 2 corners of the square, and maybe another plant or 2 in another one, beneath a second, smaller glass block window. It would have a separate shower stall, too, and a towel cupboard, and 2 dressing tables that would take up almost a whole wall. No, not 2 dressing tables, 1. Wherever Charlie was, he had $125,000 with him. Emma figured he could live for quite a while on that, without having to get a job, without having to lift a finger. It was a relief, she thought, soaping her arms, to have Karl Alberg looking for Charlie. Emma had to admit that her chances of finding him were not good without the help of somebody who knew something about this kind of thing. After a while, Emma stood up, reached for the folded towel she'd left on the toilet seat, and dried herself while the water slurped away down the drain. Then she tossed the towel aside and studied herself in the mirror behind the sink. She moved this way and that. She struck poses. Finally, she gathered her hair on top of her head with both hands. She acknowledged the loveliness of her uplifted arms, the swell of her breasts, the flatness of her stomach, the sweet surge of her hips. It is not because of my body, she thought, that he'd left me. She held out her hands and looked at them. Charlie had always admired her hands. He'd said she had a nurse's fingernails. She always put a few drops of her favorite perfume in the steam iron before she pressed her sweaters. She always made sure to apply lotion to the back of her neck, as well as her face and throat. She always dried herself carefully after a bath or a shower, holding the towel by its opposite corners and pulling it back and forth from left shoulder to right buttock, and then switching to the other side, right shoulder to left buttock.